welcome everyone! Welcome another conquering! Look at that! Mark on Crimson already in chat! Ultra W! Thank you so much, guys, for your support over there! Let's flipping go! Let's flipping go! Today is Tuesday. I skipped Monday. Because, well, real life shenanigans, right? It is what it is. Today, we're gonna keep working over there trying to export the legal Sailor Moon there from Unity. It's been proving, well, to be a bit difficult, but little by little we're gonna figure it out. Okay, so right now, how are you doing, by the way? Oh, Lolly too, let's flipping go. And I know they're streaming. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh over there, let's flipping go. Crimson has been streaming quite a lot recently, quite a bit at least. Long streams too. So, huge W over there. Well. Let me see. Yeah. This is where we left off. We're here in Unity, trying to make this girl work, but illegalities happen because the animation breaks. So we have a few workarounds, right? We have figured out we can export her as a prop, and she works. Maximum yippiness over there. How are you doing, Mr. Lolly? Hope you're doing fantastic over there. Hope everyone is doing alright, or great even. Yeah, and I don't know how Marco's driving lessons are going over there, but hope they are fantastic. Well. Let me see. We have here in World with us the Sailor Moon prop. Sailor Moon Properino, where is she? Sailor Moon prop. Where are you hiding, girl? Here, okay, this is the character. The character is broken, right? She animates, or she tries. Can you animate? Other than her arms being broken, that is to be expected, because those bones are not set. But if I trigger your animation, how can I do it? With the animation clip. Shouldn't you be animating on your own? Shouldn't you? Maybe not. Maybe this is the girl without animation at all. Maybe to check the summons of stuff. The sum or stuff like that. I also was checking tutorials before, and I realized in Unity you can establish limits for the range of the bones too, which is nice. Doing nice here too. Thinking of a plot for a 2-minute film script. Hey, Rock, the cheek of this guy. Oh my god, I'm getting comboed already. I'm getting comboed. Rest, full life over there. Let's flip and go. Okay, so tomorrow we have an eclipse over here. There's gonna be an eclipse. What in the legalities? So I don't know how that's gonna be, but well, I think it's gonna happen while I'm streaming. So, well, if the day suddenly becomes night, I will tell you. Oh my god! Illegal behavior with the Yeti. Triple Yeti in there. You tried to triple Yet me. What? That could be like a cannon, maybe. A cannonball. Let's see. Alright, let me see. I think we have a prop Sailor Moon and she works fine, right? The character Sailor Moon works legally enough. We can do the switcherooski, that was the plan, so that you can never tell what's going on. Getting hit by almonds there doesn't work well. Yeah, let me almonds. Yeah, I guess triple same command in the same comment, I think doesn't work. You can maybe jit, but in separate comments it will try. Maybe doesn't let you type it because They're basically the same message, but maybe you can do JIT, 1 JIT, 2 JIT or something. Oh, JIT almonds. That one works. And maybe you can do JIT bubble hydrate almonds. Okay, that was intense. That was... Holy flip. Wow. As long as they are different, they can be stuck, I think. And I don't know if jitting into different comments will work. But maybe. So, let me hide this one. No. I guess they work. And if they are just there, give me the health back. Let's go. Okay. You need to make it batches. Yeah. That seems to be the strat over there. Oh my god. Jet bubble jet. Oh no. That worked. You're able to obliterate me very fast too. That is illegal, eh? That is illegal. Don't make me wheel the chancla over there, eh? Wanna take my flip-flop out and there won't be any more jittings to be had, eh? There won't be any more jittings to be had over there. Where did I put Sailor Moon's prop? Sailor Moon animation. No, this is the character, right? And did I plug the animation here? Instead of idle, overlay an animation, Sailor animation, and enable it, right? This is how I used to do it. Yeah, my she breaks. She breaks because of the rotations. We can try several things. We can try exporting her as a VRM with this new file with the animation and pray. Or, well, I also know there is a retargeter, a paid one, but that would be the last resort. Yeah, Loliet, thank you for the lurk. No problem at all. I appreciate the lurkings. I appreciate the lurkers over there. I'm a lurker at heart, so big W. Tomorrow, Stoneblock. Yeah, tomorrow, Stoneblock with leads over there. Let's flipping go. Let's see what mysteries are we gonna uncover over there? Are we gonna eventually unlock the infinite cow of the cow of infinite materials? A creative cow in a jar, or what? Are we gonna complete Stoneblock once and for all? Probably not. But I don't know, what are we gonna be working in over there? There's a lot to do still. Main SQ, I would say. I will wanna work on the main SQ. Main story quest over there. Let's see. So did my prop not save? Let's see. If I say I enable a prop that is a Sailor Moon prop. Yeah, I think maybe I didn't save. It's because maybe it was because it crashed. Thank you for the headpads. Headpads for Rock too. Headpad for you too. Headpads but for you. For being an enjoyer. but for you. Let's see. Prop, how is she called? Sailor Prop, maybe. Sailor Prop, yeah. Sailor Prop should work. There she is. Sailor Prop works great. So thankfully in Sailor Prop we can test stuff because she works. We can, we can test if animating a material works in Wardo, if it can get exported in the animation clip. We'll see. One day Monster Hunter Wilds. One day we will get Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, letting his inner hunter go out. Yes. One day we will get Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, I don't know if I will wait until the game is probably until it's fully finished. That's probably a lot of time. It will probably happen sooner. Maybe when the expansion releases or something. We'll see. I'm saving for it, I guess. I'm in no rush. Monster Hunter World is very good too. I tried completing Monster Hunter Rise. And I think while I completed the main story quest, I got the expansion later. But I stopped playing. Not many people seem to enjoy it very much. And it became a little bit of a grind. Remind me a little bit of the old Monster Hunter titles. That were a bit grindy. Kinda on the hard side, right? Hard grind. And no temporal mantle and no rocksteady mantle. So a bit illegal for me. Let me see, 2027 releases the expansion. Yes, possibly. I will play it eventually, that's for sure. But yeah, maybe when it releases, maybe. It's gonna be expensive, the expansion, right? Maybe. But maybe we can play the base game. Maybe, right? Let's see. One day. Only one day of the week to be Wild Day would be enough. Yes. We can do one day a week. Like the same way I do Stoneblock right now. Something like that. The game already is. They made it expensive. The game already is. Yeah, I think they actually lowered the price of the normal game. Like before it was like what, 70 or 60, probably 70 or something, right? Euros, probably dollars too. And I think they lowered it forever. It used to go on sale. I have seen it like for 25 euros. You could get it. Like if you had previous Monster Hunters, it was like 27 if you didn't. But they had like a bundle, and if you already had other Monster Hunters, you could get an extra percent in there, and you could get it for like 25. And I was about to throw my wallet to the screen, but I held for a bit there. I was like, Capcom, optimize the game, do it, and then add more content, and then I will slap you with a credit card over there. Let me see. They lowered because they released. Yes, I know. It was a bit of a disaster. I played the beta there. The beta seemed to work okay, but it was a bit spicy even. I could play it, but playing and streaming, like for it to go to look on, to look good on stream, you need a lot of bit rate. You need high bit rate, and that is spicy for the computer, even if you have a decent one. So, okay, let's see. Let me open Unity there for me. Let me see. from what I saw on YouTube, to be honest, the game looks really fun, even though your PC needs to be quite beefy. Yeah. It is good, and I like the changes to the weapons, like the for great sword, even though it hits for less, because you can turn when you're charging the true charge slash. That makes it, you hit it more. To be honest, you hit it more often. So what can I say? If you have seen me play GS before, well, I missed quite a few of those true charge slashes. But I mean, when they hit, the enemy goes kaboom, and that's what I enjoy. Hitting one of those, it feels like a blessing. And the Fatalis, the Fatalis with his long neck and head, he looked like a lamp over there, like a big lamp. And I hit it like a piñata. Boom! Goes the Fatalis. Let's go. Yes. Great sword. The rest, I don't know how to use, to be honest. I think, for example, Sword and Shield is very powerful, or it used to be one of the best weapons in the early games. I don't know how to use it though. I have seen the combos that people have to do crazy stuff. I'm a simple-minded individual. I need a stick that hits like a truck. If I hit you, you lose a ton of health. If I miss, I miss. That is my strat. And I will defend with my face, sometimes with the sword. But I will try not to defend with the sword, because if I defend, I don't attack, and I want to attack. So ideally I want my mantles. I need the temporal mantle and the rocksteady mantle to be able to withstand hits with my face. I stand... I don't have that recorded. I have a good attempt with the Fatalis recorded, but it is not one when I won the fight. But I used to stand under his flame there, face tanking the flame while charging the TCS, like 1, 2, 3, boom, to the face, like for 2k to the face. And it was like, fantastic, beautiful to see, lovely. Can't play, but if I could, I would probably use the Sword and Shield one that combines. Unlike their... yeah, those are too modern for me. I have seen it. That one is one of the best. For real. I don't know if it is the axe. Those that transform. The weapons that transform. Sword and Shield that combines into an axe, I think. And there is also the big sword that transforms into... or is... I don't know. The big sword transforms into an axe, and the small one transforms into a pizza cutter. I don't know. It is something like that. One or the other. Those are too modern for me. The combo seems very difficult. Yeah, it could be right. I have seen there was another streamer that was called Ban Lime that used to come around. He usually streamed like Monster Hunter too, Monster Hunter Rise. When I was playing Monster Hunter Rise, he usually came to say hi. He played like basic lance, not even gun lance, but it was crazy. Like I saw him like play, and the monsters didn't stand a chance, because he could defend so well with the lance. It was like they could not attack him basically. He could stop almost every attack, and they were like being punished all the time. I don't know, it was wild. I'm usually rolling around, I'm getting hit a lot. This guy was standing the ground there, basically all the time touching the boss, basically touching the monster over there, not going away, and it was like constant damage. It was kind of wild. I'm such a big spear player in games, and so sad there is no spear in Wilds. What? No spear? There is lance, right? There is, I think so. Lance and gun lance. I mean, it's. I love the strategy of sticking your. Yeah. I mean, lance is not really a spear. Ah, well, yeah, I guess. You become a tank, though. Yeah, it is not the same. So you mean the stick with the blade at the end, basically. Two-handed stick. Lance is one-handed, even though it's huge. And a shield. So, yeah. Okay, we can try a Sailor Moon prop export. We were trying to check if we could make Magica Cloth work with her, right? Magica Cloth and... I tried the auto setup, but it was a bit illegal, right? I don't know if it's because of the middle. This guy cannot identify the middle very well, or what? Let me see. I want funny big numbers hitting small weak points. Well, now you have the wound system over there, right? You have all the wound system over there. Let me see. I'm gonna use the helper. Can I delete? Where is my other boy? Did it get the new script I added? I think it's not here. It is in tools, Magica Cloth 2, Collider Builder. And I'm gonna slot you here. Let's see. There you go. I guess I need to save the scene there. Let me see. And I want to use spear, maybe new weapon on the expansion. Can only hope. Do you consider the stick and bag spear? I tried learning how to use it. I had a little moment when I was playing Rise, when I tried learning another weapon, because it felt a bit too much. I felt a bit too strong using the greatsword. I didn't feel like it was challenging enough. So I tried learning to use the stick that lets you jump, but it's a bit... I guess it's not a spear, right? It is a staff, let's say. It's a staff. Not the same. How it works with the bag, that is not really a spear. More like multi-hits that could... Yeah. I guess there is no spear at all in Monster Hunter, but it looks like it's like a weapon that could fit very well for the game. So I don't know why it's not there. Probably because it touches in... It is like between a few weapons that already exist, so maybe they don't consider it to be original enough. Gun lance is probably the best one for you. Gun lance, it is kinda cool. I used to have a decent one when I was playing the PSP games. When I was playing Monster Hunter 2. The one with the Iceborne. Or Iceborne, no. Let me see, I have it here. But it was ice related, the village, right? Monster Hunter 2, basically. And then there was Monster Hunter G, was the, let me see, Freedom or Freedom Unite, I don't know how. I have them here. Let me see. Okay. Freedom 2 and Freedom Unite. Those were the PSP titles. They were cool. I had a Rathalos, Silver Rathalos gun lance to face the Acantor. Frenchie, how are you doing over there? How is the summer looking over there? Did the heat give you a break over there? Let me see. Do you think it would be worth to play the old Monster Hunters even if my rank can only get maybe max 40? Max 40. But even for the old boys, the old Monster Hunters, maybe they should be... They should not be too demanding. I'm doing good. Maybe not the... Maybe slightly fried, but okay. Slept decently enough. And I saw real life chores or shenanigans, I was gonna say. Well, they are not really problems, but yeah, events, things that needed to be sorted out, they got sorted out, so that's nice. Let me see, 30 FPS is console basically. Yeah, right, it is legal. I would say so. I don't know if they are, you know, maybe they didn't age that well, the old Monster Hunters. They were rough, a bit hard, but if you can play World, if you haven't, I think that's the best one. If you wanna start playing solid Monster Hunter, I think that one is the best. Even to this day, is the best. Period. The best Monster Hunter. It's very fun and it has a ton of content. And it's very cheap too on Steam. If you can handle it, try it and see how well it runs. Alright. Yeah, but I had to upgrade my PC to play Monster Hunter. I bought Monster Hunter World. Yeah, World. Monster Hunter World is the one I meant, right? The one that's the best. I bought Monster Hunter World and I was playing on my old PC and I had like one frame every several seconds, man. Like every 20 or 15 seconds. It was unplayable, literally unplayable. But I wanted to play. So I bought a graphics card that was better. It was the cheapest graphics card that I could not afford. The cheapest one they sold on Amazon, but it was better than what I got, right? But that was not enough. My rig was cooked. My PC was cooked. So I always say that playing Monster Hunter was very expensive. I need a whole new PC for that. Let me see. Yeah, trying it out is okay. And if you can get it on sale, it's very cheap. You can get it for like what, $10 or something. It should be cheap enough. Big fan of Monster Hunter, but never got the opportunity to play. Oh, it's very cool. Monster Hunter Wilds has a demo. I don't know if World... maybe World has a demo on Steam. That way you can check, you know, if your computer can even open the game. Let me see. Are you gonna be streaming anytime soon, Frenchie? Would be neat. Frenchie streams over there. Let me see. I need to join the colliders again from other Sailor Moon that works. This is the Sailor Moon original. Okay, the character. I'm gonna add this one to the scene. Should have the old textures, right? Yeah. But I need you to join all the colliders. Let's see, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, and now we're gonna be using the Magica Cloth joinker from the character to the prop. Be careful here. The prop, yes, but use this one here. Okay, copy the colliders. Are the components still there? They're probably there, right? Because I didn't mess with them. I will, yes, okay. I'll probably need to tweak them, but all good. Do I need this character to copy any values? I'm trying to think. Maybe to check the chains that I need to plug here for the physics. Maybe. Because I think they need a replugging, but okay, I'm gonna hide you then. Okay, so let me adjust the symmetrical voice. Symmetrical voice. Let's see. Prop. Okay. This one is properly symmetrical. Seems fine. There are some of them that I don't know exactly why. I think it is the ones that use the automatic definition. They are a bit cooked, and I'm not sure why. To check, I need to select like this, right? You see, for example, this voice here. They're a bit cooked. And I'm not sure if I manually, let me see, I think I will, let me hide you because you're in the way. Okay. What is going on here? You're the arm. Is it because she's posing and the rotations are a bit peculiar, right? Okay, where is the original? Symmetry, automatic human body. Let's place this one first and then... Okay. We said we were only gonna fix the legs, right? To see the skirts in action, basically. Because first we need to answer the question, can a prop have Magica Cloth physics, and does the, like, do the physics work with the animation at the same time, right? That's the question we need to answer first. So let's make sure these ones are in place. This one seems fine. This one seems fine too. What's up with the legs? This one is cooked. Very cooked. What happens if I rotate you like that? And if I put a 0 here, is that worse? No, it's okay. And if I move you down, automatic human body. What happens if I do X symmetry? Symmetry target. Center 0, 0, 0, which makes sense. Why'd you do this, good sir? What is going on here? Guess I can do X symmetry, And the transform, I don't know, symmetry target. I want a bone here. Instead of upper leg left, I need upper leg right. Should be near. Here. What happens if I plug this bone there? Nice. That's it. Okay, that's fine. Haven't removed the skirts to check, but it should be okay to an extent. Let's see. I can remove the long one. Long skirt. Okay, so it's kinda something like that. Needs to be bigger too, but ideally they should be covering them completely. So I need to make them a bit bigger, at least this sphere here. But it's okay probably. She's not gonna be moving well during the animation, yes. I was gonna say she's not gonna be moving them that much during the animation, yes. Okay, that's fine. What about the lower legs? Lower legs. Maybe we can rescue them for the future, so it's probably not too bad. What happens if I zero this? That's okay. Let me do. What happens if I do automatic target? No. Symmetry and the bone. In this case, it's lower leg R. There you go. Nice. Easy peasy. I don't like this rotation. Okay, with this should be maybe it was fine. With these colliders should be enough to start answering that question. If she can have physics and if they work during the animation. Okay, so let's give it a try. Rotation around that. Something like that. Okay. That should be okay enough. I don't know if I need to drop her back again. Possibly. So that everything updates properly. She has physics components and I didn't bother. Let me see. Her physics, her bananas, all of these. These are pointing to the old, I'm sure. To the old skeleton, right? I'm almost certain. Let me see. Oh. Did it get corrected? It seems to be the case. What? You're pointing at the correct bones. Oh. This helper is helpful. For real, for real. What about the colliders here? Okay. Here I'm missing colliders, which is okay enough. That's why I needed to check the other, to join these values. So the one we need to check for is head collider. Do we not have head collider here? I'm sure we do. I am sure we do. Can look it up too. Head collider. But can you tell me what model does it belong to? It probably tells you over here at the top. Let's see. Head collider. For you. Careful here. To be honest, we need to plug the skirt physics, and that's it. It would be cool, and maybe we can add another inspector here to the side, lock it in the other model to be able to see this more easily. Or for example, now that the colliders are there, right? What if I copy the components again, but with the colliders in there? Will they be correctly plugged? Now they are referencing something. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Let's see. Now I do have colliders. Here, to Intel's physics. Okay, that is very messy, but understandable because these guys are all over the place. Okay. So I don't know what really failed in there, but now I seem to have that correctly plugged. Let me check here. Null reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Magica Cloth helper window. Magica Cloth. Not sure. But let's press play and pray and see if she works here. I mean, the colliders are gonna be scuffed for almost everything. But let's see. So she's playing the animation. The physics seem to be frozen. I'm worried of giving her a shake while she's doing that, but it shouldn't break, to be honest. The rest of the guys or the girls, they're hidden, right? Yes. Yes, they are. So Sailor Moon Prop, let me select you and give you a shake for science. You don't have physics. And why is that so? Is it because even though it looks like you are referencing the correct bones, you are not? Or what? Because I could see that being the case. Or is it because... No, because it should work here in Unity, even if it does not export, because there is a problem of some sorts. Because maybe I didn't apply it to the character prefab. That's a thing, right? I think maybe we need to rebuild it or something. That's a thing. Rebuild initial data. That's a thing. but it should preserve like the spheres and stuff. Let me see. What if I rebuild the initial data? Okay. You need to hit it like this again, right? I think. Let's see. Rebuild the initial data. I can hit the spheres. The data is there. Probably apply to character prefab in all of them. Well, to character prefab, to the prop, right? Okay. And the other option is dragging and dropping. That is a classic too. But we should see it working here by pressing play. Ah, she has physics there now. Let's go. So, wow, the helper is very helpful indeed. So now we have the animation and the physics, which is coded, and it should work like this in World 2. Bubble, Monster Hunter, Rise, or World? Are you asking me that question for real? Monster Hunter World any time of the day. Ah, by the way, if you are having trouble with Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Rise, it was meant to work in Nintendo Switch, so it should be linear. Like if your rig is struggling with World, you can try Rise, okay? And check in there if they have a demo, right? Before buying anything in there, because they probably do have a demo, and that way you can try and test if your rig can hold it. So Rise is, well, I didn't fully like it, but it is pretty okay. It's a bit different, but it is okay. And if it is Rise or nothing, Rise is pretty decent. Okay, so Rise, it is okay. A lot of people like it over World. Well, not, I don't know if over World, but maybe over Wilds. Maybe. There is a part of the community that likes Rise a lot because you have like more ninja movements in there with the bugs. I don't know, I prefer World, but to each their own. And Wilds seems okay too, seems cool. Okay, so I have the physics. Let's drop this back into the prop folder so that it updates. Let's do an export and see if we have it in World 2. We should, because if it works in Unity, it should work in World. So I think the answer is yes, we can have physics and colliders in a prop. Would you like to create a new original prefab? Okay, create a new original prefab, and we will delete the old boy. Delete. Rename you to prop. Okay, and now we can try an export. Let's make sure we're pointing to the correct mod. Sailor prop, indeed. Okay, build a mod. You can save, yes. Okay, I'm gonna give it a try over there. It should work, I think. And then we can try addressing a material. Like we are gonna, I think she's not gonna have, I hid the long skirt and the wings. So well, I think she's not gonna have them here. But all good. We're testing. Sailor prop, let me copy. And I'm gonna open the folder in Wardo. Data folder. Nice. And you are in props. Paste and override. Replace. Yes, yes. Okay. Now let's summon a Sailor Moon prop to the scene with us here. Sailor prop, come here, eh? Come here, Sailor prop. Where are you hiding? Sailor prop. Yeah. Do you have? She has physics. Can you tell that the skirts are floppy and stuff? She has physics. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. That's amazing, actually. Have to control the colliders there properly, but that is very good. Nice. So it's mixing the physics and the animation. That is cool. Nice, nice, nice. Look. Shaky, 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 shaky. Okay, that's awesome. Now, can we address a material from the animation? Let's see. For the prop Sailor animation, this guy, okay, this controller is addressing which property? Let me see. I go to the corner like a good boy. Okay. Let's see. This controller, this animation controller is addressing which animation? Probably you're addressing Sailor Moon animation, one of these two girls. Sailor Moon animation, this clip maybe. Let me double check. Sailor prop, this controller, and I need to check you in the animator here. So you are the animation armature action. Okay, point me to the action. This action straight up from here. Okay, this is a bit inconvenient. Okay, I'm gonna try Control D. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I'm plugging this one. I don't know if I can modify this animation if it's still inside the FBX. It's read only. So maybe try Control D. Hopefully it has the same configuration. Now it's here. We're gonna be plugging it there. Plug it there. This is Sailor prop. Alright. So this action, right? Now in animation here we're gonna try to edit the clip, armature action. And let's try to make it address a material that's very noticeable. For example, we can address one of these magic rays, for example, right? Magic rays. Or, well, yes, for example, right? Let's see. Let's try to look for it. Can I select it here? Will you help me find it in the hierarchy here? Because this is a bit messy. Long skirt, they're magic rays. Can I search here somehow? armature action. Let's see. What is this? Filter by selection. Ah, that's pretty useful. Can I select you? This magic ray, yes. Magic ray skin mesh renderer key. Alright, can I record? This is pink magic material, right? Pink magic material. And I'm gonna open the pink magic material of the skin mesh renderer. It's locked right now. Should I unlock it to be able to play with it? I want to play with your alpha. The thing is, if I lock the material, will I be able to keep the animation of the material even when locked? I know I can address materials from... I can address them from Wardo. I don't know if my animation can address a lock material though. In Wardo they recommended expressions to address materials. But if I'm gonna be animating with expressions, I don't know how that is gonna be possible, or well, how that's gonna work out basically. Let's see. Do I have alpha emission? Okay, an emission map. The sense, I don't think it's gonna be, yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me do that one while locked. But maybe I can unlock them. Let's see, let's look for the spheres. Pink magic. Gonna unlock you. Only you. I don't need the rest now. Unlock. Did I unlock them all? I think I did. Well, it's fine. Alright, let's go to the animation. Magic ray. Record. And now here I'm gonna clearly animate the alpha. I can do it in the color, or I don't know if the cutoff is what I'm looking for, but yes, I can do it like this because we can be monkey. We can be monkey too. Okay, we can do 0 here, and then we move a little bit forward, and I'm gonna do... Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that because I would like to... Okay, you're right. I'm animating the material, and I should be animating the skin mesh renderer for that mesh only. That's what I want to see there. How much control do I have, right? So let me go back. I don't wanna be animating this. Okay, I don't know if I messed it up at all. Okay. Is the clip in place? Project. They are unlocked. Okay. Yes, and the clip is here. Okay. So for the clip, record. For this mesh, the magic ray, record this in this skin mesh render, this instance of the material. Can I play with the alpha? We leave the first frame as is. We move a little bit into the future. We tweak it. That's what I wanted. Make it invisible. Come here, make it visible. Okay. Like this a few times. to be able to know for sure that we have control. Okay. Make it 0 again. I make it 1 again. And we try another export. Well, we lock the materials and we try another export. Stop the recording. Look, skin mesh renderer material cutoff. Okay, which is nice, right? This is what we tested before, so I knew we could have control per mesh. That's why I organized the export like this. But the thing is it gonna be working now? Let's see. Well, I am addressing the skin mesh renderer, I guess. I don't know. Well, the skin mesh renderer is addressing the material, but let's YOLO it. I don't know what to say. And look the materials. From you to you. Try materials. Lock on. Alright. And we can try. Do we need to save? Not really. Do we need to drop the prop again? Back into... possibly not. I guess it's more the clip that has been modified. Okay, let's try to build this. And let's see what we get. Build the mod. Okay, let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. Would be neat. But today there was a professional Miku Dance 3D person, let's say, right? Some modeler slash rigger, well, animator, I don't know, 3D professional there that works with 3D models and Miku Dance, right? He released a free model. I think she was called Emma. She's kind of cute and she does a spin. It is a free download and I need to check. I haven't downloaded her yet. I need to check if I could use the animation for Pruska, for example. If that's legal to do, if the guy is cool with it. Because it's basically a simple spin, very cutesy. And I would like Pruska to do a little spinneruski to show the Magica Cloth properties she has over there, right? To show off the dress. Sailor prop. Let me plug you in Wardo. Properinos. Paste it here. Paste. Replace. Nice. Okay, can we address the material, please? Let's hope so. Yes, let me see. Yeah, it went away. Does it come back? Who knows, right? Because it's so messy. But maybe here we get one that goes away and comes back. And we can check. Yeah, something disappeared there. That means we are gonna be able to animate the whole animation there, which is fantastic. So we are gonna be able to animate everything, even if the materials are locked. We can animate the Sailor Moon transformation. Eevee. That's so cool. Oh my god, Warudo. You make me so happy. You make me so happy. You make me suffer a bit too, but you make me so happy. Okay. So this is pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we can have the Sailor Moon prop fully working. Nothing is stopping us now. Nothing is stopping us. The only thing, the question remaining is, can we have the Sailor Moon character working? How will you do the shader swap? the shader swap. What do you mean exactly? The animation of the materials? Or what exactly? And welcome back, Mr. Banana. To the magic texture. We need to figure out the magic texture. But we can animate materials. We just proved we can animate the materials. Which is great. We need to figure out how to do the magic texture, that's for sure. And another thing is that, I don't know, can we export maybe the animation clip from one Sailor Moon to another? That could be possible. It could be possible. Because the names, as long as the names are the same, it could be possible. So I was able to plug physics into her, and I was able to animate single material from a skin mesh render with material locked. See, she's Sailor Moon prop and she has physics and colliders, even though some of them maybe are sketchy. I don't know if the long skirt is actually checking for proper colliders, or if the colliders are moving with the legs, but she has physics, she animates, and we can address the materials. So that's fine. Welcome back, by the way, Mr. Banana. I was checking strategies to do the retargeting, or I didn't do another export. I don't know, because I didn't open Blender this weekend. Messi Crimson, what if there were copper pressure plates on Minecraft, and the more oxidized they were, the longer it took them to deactivate, like a redstone repeater? I guess then you would be able to do magic redstone stuff, Mr. Crimson. Well, Mr. Crimson, sorry about that. Crimson, I don't know. You probably, I don't know. I don't know anything about redstone. Almost anything. I know the basics. How that it works like a cable on a torch and a pressure plate. I don't know. Redstone magicians would be able to do a lot of stuff, I guess, right? You will probably have a secret base on the server that's basically impossible to locate or survive if you were to locate the base. Am I right? I think I am. I think right now it's dangerous enough. I don't know if I have seen the entrance, but I have you. I have seen you inside your base, triggering stuff on and off, and doing secret stuff all over the place. So, even if I were to find it, I don't know if I can survive it. I can get in, but I don't know if I can get out. So, and I guess that's part of the charm. So. That would be kinda neat. Let's see. So I was reading about how to do the animation for the character, right? I know there is a paid tool that handles retargeting in Unity. That could be the last resort. We need to figure it out without it, hopefully. It is a Unity 6 tool right now. It used to exist for previous versions of Unity, but I don't know if they are compatible. Maybe you can go Unity 6 fix the animation there and extract the clip and bring it back to this Unity 2021. So that is a possibility, but I have also heard about layers in the animation. I don't know if we can do 2 layers in the animator and have Wordle properly, properly understand what is going on there. Won't it break the tracking? Like the strat would be to have humanoid bones for the avatar and generic, another layer with generic for the rest. So I guess it's generic before the normalization. So I don't know. The problem is the rotation, to be honest. That breaks the animation. I think the animation works fine before the normalization, right? And it's because it adds a twist. So I don't know what's better there. There is another strat we can try. A BRM export. I don't know if our current file is different or better than the one we tried exporting to BRM first, but that should be easy enough to try. We can try that. That should not be hard. Let me see. I'm gonna delete this one because this is the one I used to join the colliders and the components. This is basically the old Sailor Moon. This is the character. This is the... Who are you? You are one of these Sailor Moons, and the FBX probably because you don't have a controller plugged in there. Sassy. And you don't have one either. Okay, peculiar. Let's see. 0, 0, 0. Hello. Okay. And you are FBX, right? What do you have? Can I see what you are referencing? You are just a prefab. Can I not see? Okay, let's see. We have Sailor Prop. Sailor denormalized. This girl was the normalized character when we were trying the high exporter, right? And high, why did high not work? It did not work because it modifies the hierarchy of the bones and the animation cannot address the bones properly because the hierarchy change. So understandable. Have a nice day. That one is not gonna help us. Okay, Sailor animation. What do I have here? Only the animation for exporting. Okay, that's fine. I think you cannot export, so it needs to be humanoid for Wordle. I think you cannot have a character be generic. I think the Wordle the handbook or the manual tells you that basically. Alright, so from the Sailor Moon, no, this is the old Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon animation, okay, it is from here. Here is where the messy stuff lives, right? Have all the meshes all over the place. The controller and the avatar. Where is the FBX? What is the FBX? Here. Okay. Sailor Moon and Sailor Moon animation with humanoid avatars and a mask probably. I don't know what these guys are. They are probably Sailor Moon 64 avatar. But you're referencing, yeah, this project. Okay, so I can work with you. Sailor Moon avatar. And it's humanoid, right? So I was checking tutorials about retargeting stuff before the stream, and you can actually add limits to the rotations here. I don't know if they affect Wardo. Probably not too much. And there is also, I remember there is also an option in Wardo to address the thumb, your thumb rotations and stuff. So I don't know, maybe I messed with mine here, or I didn't mess enough with it, and I should, to try to make things better for me. Okay, this should be fine, and she can move, right? So here you can establish limits for these rotations. I didn't know that. But here, if you open this and here, you can decrease this voice. This is the normal range, I guess, you get. And you can limit it. I didn't know this was a thing, but it seems to, you see? You can limit the range, make it bigger or smaller. Hey, Mr. Sushi, when did break the tracking? I have no idea. Maybe. Hello, Mr. Sushi. I read your comments over there at Maro stream. Not all of them, I guess, but I heard you were making 6 characters for Roblox over there. Speedrunning it from one week to the next. Holy flipperino. I'm going. I cannot complain. I'm okay. I am contempt. I'm contempt. Happy, you could say. And I solved several issues the other day, so doing okay. And I also made Sailor Moon work as a prop. We're trying to figure out how to make the character work now with the animation in Warudo. Yep, lots of characters, so many characters, yeah. Big legal. Little by little, hold on there, Mr. Sushi. Let's see, I'm gonna try to reset and revert here. Okay, yeah, don't touch it, just in case. Don't break stuff. Okay. So. Let's see, what were we trying to see with this girl? We can try exporting her into a VRM, right? A VRM girl. Shall I plug the animator later? The controller, I mean. I can try later, maybe. Don't know if VRM can take the animation. Possibly. She needs the avatar anyway. Let's see. I wanna zoom into there to be able to check her. Let's see. Okay. There she is. I'm gonna create a duplicate. We have this one. Just in case. It's fine. Or is it? I guess they are identical. This one is moved, but okay. Let's try making this one into a VRM and let's see those axes, if they are less spicy after the re-importing, if it normalizes better. Export to VRM. I am not an enjoyer of the VRM route, but why not? Let me see. Particles. Okay. So she has an illegality with a material. Let's see. Okay, particles. Yeah, the materials. Okay, you cannot make the materials Poiomi for BRM because it doesn't like them. Can I do it anyway? Even if you try to convert them or something, I don't care, and I will replug them later as proper materials. Let's give it a try. I think it gives, not only gives you a warning, I think it stops the export. We can try. Let me see, particles, Unity engine material, unknown shader, export as default, which is fine. There are bones with the same name in the hierarchy. IO bones with the same name. Or a bone and a mesh with the same name. Whoa. Which ones? What could be the case here? Bubble, maybe. Maybe bubble. Look, because the mesh lives here. Did I not fully... yeah, I guess I didn't fully solve this. Because it was a bit spicy in Blender. So I guess ideally you should swap them. Because BRM does not like this at all. I can rename them here, but this will break stuff. We don't like breaking stuff here. And I can do it in Blender too, re-export, if this were to be the way to solve it. We can try ignoring it. Let's see. Even if the bubble breaks, what will we lose? The bubble, well, the feathers too, because the mesh have the same name as the bone, as far as I can see. So we will lose a few particles. Let me see the wings. How are the wings doing? They probably have... No, the wings, they will be okay. Does it freeze everything? I remember it was problematic. But how problematic? I just wanna check the axis, to be honest. The wings are fine, but because we have wings left and right, I think the armature should hold there. Let's give it a try. This is gonna be messy anyway. Let's see. VRM export. Can you make the extra bones assets a prop and parent them to the character? I can do that. I can actually do that. Yeah, I can enable the prop at the same moment the animation starts too. And I was gonna say freeze the tracking. There are two ways you can plug animations in Wardon. You can plug them as overlay an animation or as idle pose, and I think idle overwrites. Maybe it doesn't overwrite tracking. I feel like it kinda does override it, but I don't know. Yes, it can be a prop. That could be a workaround too. A prop with generic. That could be a way to fix it. Okay, that's another cool workaround. We can have the whole Sailor Moon prop with the swap, or only the accessories as a prop. That's another way. The question is, right? The A++ would be, can we make the character work? That could be the best of the best situation. That's why I want to check these situations. Let me see. Sailor BRM. Why is this going like 3 frames per second? I'm typing and it's going like 3 frames per second. Sailor BRM version 1. Also cookie. Okay. Let's export. Okay. Save it on my desktop. Okay. Save. Nice. Let's see what we get there. Probably the materials are broken and the particles are broken too, but whatever. Let's see. When am I gonna drop the girl? I can drop her here. I think it makes a mess, but what this is... or I can create an extra folder for her. Nah, let's drop her here, it's fine, I guess. She creates extra folders with messy stuff. I don't know if she drops all the meshes all over the place. Maybe. I forgot. So let's see. Magica Cloth. Open the Sailor. How are you doing? Well, both of you, Mr. Sushi and Banana. How was the progress with Srajo? Is she looking amazing? Let's see. Sailor Moon. Let me open here. Open an Explorer. So an Explorer. Still modeling. Yeah. Okay. Big W. Big legal. It's a whole character. Okay. Sailor animation. Desktop. Window. Okay. Here we have the BRM. Drop it on the folder. Let's unpack that thing and let's see what we get there, and if it drops all the meshes in there or what. I forgot. Let's see. Let's see. Tomorrow we're gonna have a solar eclipse over here while streaming. It's gonna happen, so I will let you know what happens over here if suddenly becomes night? Oh my god! Yeah. It's gonna be a total solar eclipse. Huge W. I don't have the glasses, so I cannot stare at it, to be honest. You can look at it like when it's fully covered, they say. I don't know. I guess I will be looking at the aftermath. I will be looking around. We'll see if it turns into nighttime or what, and for how long. I will be informing you, I guess. Okay, we have these extra folders here. Here is where you need to change the materials and stuff. Let's see. Did we get anything? This is the... here. Okay, this is the BRM Sailor Moon. Let's use a bone. Yeah, look, it preserves the animator there. BRM avatar with the new orientations, right? Let's compare bones. Yes, you will have materials that are a bit cooked. That's not a problem. Okay, let's move her a bit to the side. Oops. Now I have Sailor Moon, I guess. This is the BRM. Let's plug a bone renderer here. Bone renderer. And I'm gonna ask for... let's check everything just because we can. Should be mainly looking at the wings, and let's see, let's compare between models to see if they normalize better with BRM or what. So from root, we need to lock first, right? Select the asset, lock the panel from root to the last bone. Select everything and we drop it in the transforms tab here. Bam. Nice. And now I need to enable this to check the axis. I don't really need to see the bones. Well, we can see that they make sense. And I don't know if I need to press play. I think I only need to highlight the model. Maybe I don't need to press play. Or do this. Who knows, loading all the materials there. But yeah. Eclipse tomorrow. I will maybe do a small stop because it will be playing stone block there with leads, but maybe I will ask for 2 minutes or so to check the aftermath over there to see what's going on in the street over there. I tried to get some of those glasses to be able to look at it, but I think they are sold out everywhere. There are still some possibly you can get, but I didn't pre-plan a lot for it. It's okay. I have seen eclipses before when I was a kid. I guess this one maybe is fancier, I don't know. But an eclipse is an eclipse, I guess. Loading all the materials in there. I can try in the meanwhile, because I don't know if it's probably not very heavy on the PC, possibly, probably. We can try living here, you know, leaving an exporter here, trying to figure this girl out. Okay, selecting everything, trying an export with the better FBX exporter that, to be honest, until this point it has not proven to be better than the normal one. Well, normal one. It's better than the normal one, but not better than the Eddie one yet. So let's see if it figures out better those rotations. Should I be exporting? Trying to think. Herty post. I think I need both. I need both. One for the animation and the other for the model itself. I guess pre-normalization. Yeah, I don't know. Pre-normalization, it works. That's the problem. Well, why not? We can give it a try. I can export both just in case and try to see if the result is different. So shall I use MySC app or OpenGL? Let's try with MySC app first. Selected objects. Maybe I will try this time to, because the previous one seemed to be spicy. I don't know if it is because of max bone influences or because of the driver based shape key or because of the unroll filter. Maybe one of those boys was messing up the export. I disabled them all. Grace we don't really care about, I guess. She's basically on her final form. Okay, I can export her as Sailor Moon. Let me do 65. Okay, let's see if you can export that. If you cannot, it is what it is. Okay, I will let you think in there in the background while we work. Boop. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Unity. Okay. What am I seeing here? Okay, there are the bombs. Okay. It's probably impossible to tell a difference with bones themselves. I was gonna check just in case they were dislodged or something. Maybe they were not connected, but whatever. Seems normal. Oh, look at this. The bones at the wings. They are pointing properly. If you check the character, they have a weird twist, right? Well, to be honest, this is before the character normalization, let's say. But I guess because she's BRM, she is not gonna... Because, look, when you select her, Wardo, setup character, you get a menu, and it says, well, Sailor Prop, to be honest, I need to switch you to Sailor Animation, the active mode. But it had, it said character has normalized bones, true. Has an animator, true. So I guess maybe if it is true, it will not run the script. And I guess the script is what's messing them up, the rotations. I'm gonna test that. I'm gonna switch the active mode to Sailor Animation. Sailor Moon Animation, okay. Not gonna be building the mod, but I'm gonna transform the BRM into a character. Setup character. This will override the other one. If I cancel it, will you explode and break everything anyway? I think sometimes it did that. Okay, it didn't. Thank you. So maybe it's not a bad idea to create a separate folder so that it does not delete the character. It doesn't work anyway, I guess, but is there a character definition in this folder? Sailor Animation. Yes, there is one. Okay, so yeah, maybe it's better to move her to another folder. So Wardo new mod, Sailor BRM. Oh. Put in a comma there. I misclicked the comma and it exploded. New mod, Sailor BRM. Let's create it. Nice. Okay. Can probably straight up or move the assets. Let's see. Sailor Moon Animation. The folders with a little one here from you to you. Oh, there are a lot of meshes too, or what? No. Okay, the meshes didn't pop, luckily. So we have those folders, this file, and this girl here. I think that is it. So we need to cut, actually. Cut and paste in Sailor BRM. Paste. Okay. Now, are you referencing this girl or what? Hopefully. Okay. Sailor BRM. Here we don't have a character, so we can try setting her up. Set up character. Has animator true and has normalized bones true. Set it up. Alright, let's go. Of the character. Nice. Let's see the orientations of this girl's bones. You have a bone render. So let's pick in there because if it was able to maintain them, I'm gonna plug the animation. Probably some of them. Oh, look, there is a change. Can you see the hierarchy there? These were called bubble and bubble, basically. Now it added suffixes there. This will break the animation, to be honest, for those particles. But let's check if the wings have those peculiar rotations, because if they don't, this could be a way. Like we can change the names in Blender too and make them the names of the particles, you know? Make the bone be bubble bone, for example, or make the mesh be bubble mesh, and that's it. And that will fix this illegality. And maybe this is the way to go. I know Wardo strongly suggests you to go BRM. I'm not an enjoyer, but let's see. Look, the axes look great. It is for the character, right? Yes. They don't have that weird twist. Let me show you what I mean by the weird twist, right? I have this character here, and for example, this is the other character, right? This was normalized by the script, or what? Let me see. This is a character. Why do you have BRM here? Did changing the character definition change all of the character definitions? That should not be the case. Can you only have one character per scene? I don't think so. If you have, yeah, you have bone bubble bubble. And I had it locked. Okay, that was the problem. Okay, this character, yeah, this one was normalized using the Wardo tool. Basically, let me add the bone render here, and we're gonna check these orientations and compare it to the other to see the illegality there. I think the wings they have like a 90-degree rotation. If I'm not mistaken. I'd like to hide the Magica Cloth boys. And look, there they are, the bones for the wings. Oh no, I didn't plug anything. These are the right wings from here. Let me select everything here. Spread all, and from root. We need to lock the panel. Lock the panel from root to trail end. Okay, plug everything here. Okay. I need to press play again so that you can show me. Maybe. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there you go. I need to move you around a little. Maybe move you. No, I want to move you forward or something. Okay. So this is the character, right? Can we... where is the illegality? Because right now I'm not fully seeing let me hide the prop and the other here. Why are you being spicy? They don't want to be hidden. It's too much info in there. Let's see. I can do it there, right? No, but this is the one I want to check. Prop. Be hidden. Sailor Moon 2. Be hidden. I wanna compare two characters. So the other girl. Anything else? They're all hidden. I'm seeing another bonk render there. Okay. Can I disable you? Not enough. Oh, whatever. I see blue pointing forward, and here the same. Did not one of these break? Was it you maybe? Because these girls are so close together. Okay, you have them all aligned properly. This girl here has a little bit of a mess there with the axis on the wings. They are pointing, this is pointing up. But I guess it's because this girl was not normalized. Here, Y is following the bone. And C is pointing up. Which I guess is the normal FBX situation. A bit illegal for these bones at the bottom. But okay. Guess that is only an FBX. Both of these girls have been normalized. I'm trying to check if there is a mismatch somewhere. Does not seem to be any illegality there. Here at the chest, C pointing forward, Y pointing up. I guess, yeah, I guess it's the same. It is exactly the same. So I guess I need to adapt the animation to work that way. The retargeting, Unity can only do it for humanoid bones. Retargeting corrects the rotations automatically from your animation, right? It can figure it out. It will do it for animation, for the humanoid bones, but not for the rest. There are paid add-ons that can do it, but you know, they are paid add-ons. And you need two of them, and they work for Unity 6 too. So I don't know if I can export that clip after the fact and plug it back. Let's see. So the VRM strat, I can try plugging now that we're here, plugging the animation here, but I don't think it's gonna work. Let me create an animator for you. Okay, you are the VRM, create whatever animation VRM. Okay. I can delete this because the clip does not contain any info really. Armature. Okay. How do you have that information there? The animation VRM, that's it. And the animation clip. Where should I extract it from, right? This is the question. Because the mask and the avatar you plug affects how the clip is converted, right? I can try with both clips. The humanoid should work for the humanoid bones, and the generic will probably not work for like anything. But I'm curious about plugging the generic straight up in there. Let's see, Sailor Moon animation. Let's see, we can plug. So I guess this is the clip for humanoid. Let me double check. Animation, humanoid, yes. Okay, so if I plug this one, this is humanoid. This should work only for the normal bones. Let's see, let me hide this one, press play. And then the generic one should be so broken that we don't get to see anything there. So yeah, the VRM is moving, the wings are cooked. That makes sense. I don't like it, but it makes sense. And what if I were to plug the animation from the prop? That would be a generic one, right? From Sailor prop. We should have this armature action. If we check this FBX, she should have a generic rig, and she does. So let's plug that in there. Generic rig there. Bam. This should not work at all. But maybe it does. I mean, stuff and things are happening, right? Let me see. I don't know what to tell you. Something's... Well, and I should not be checking this flying armature. I need to be checking this little mess over here. Let me open and hide a few meshes that are too busy there, right? Well, I need to replay it. But she didn't go anywhere, right? She didn't go anywhere. And that's... I'm trying to think. So... I mean, the twin tails are not... Well, they don't look that illegal. Those are the only ones that are moving. The wings are hooked because they have a rotation. But maybe they are whole but just rotated, right? That could be possibly the case. Let me hide the bubble or try to. The bubble is inside the hierarchy, that's why I couldn't find it. Let's see, bubble. The problem is the animation does not loop. Error. With props the tracking would work too. I think it does not. I think it requires humanoid. But I have never... It checks for avatar. It doesn't... It checks for avatar, the setup character. The handbook tells you it needs to be humanoid avatar. But have we really tested that? Not really. We can give it a try. Putting the wings and rays on the prop, but keep the character set. Yes, that will work. That will work. We need two armatures, right, for the prop. A generic for the prop. But you can also put the... have a full Sailor Moon prop too, right? But... yes, indeed. The prop will work. The prop will work. We are just trying to try to make the character do the whole thing, right? We can do workarounds there with the prop, either as a full Sailor Moon or as only the rest of the accessories, basically. I was gonna say, I also don't fully get why the skirt will work and will work with physics on the character, but it never will animate properly. But the skirt will animate properly if it's part of the prop too. Can we have them on top of each other at all times? I think so. Will she be clipping or something? Does not have to be the case. It does not have to be the case. Maybe, right? No, the prop will never track in... The prop will never track in Wardom, but she kinda works. Let me see, we have her as a character here, she kinda works. She's broken on the arms, right? She doesn't have physics, but you can add the physics. The problem is because you have animation data on the skirt, that will be broken because you twisted the bones with the normalization. So a full swap is probably cleaner. You see, because she's there. As a character she will work, she can have physics in the skirts. So that they will be bouncy over there, but the moment let me plug the animation here. What happens to the skirt if I plug the animation? They break. That is at least as overlaying. What if I plug it as idle, right? You could just delete the skirt keyframes. Yes, I can do that. or do a full swap. There are a few keyframes that are kinda legal. It depends on how because here, for example, the prop is when she moves the leg up. When she moves the legs up, when she's doing the jump, I move the skirts around so that they don't clip. And on the prop, you can even have that and have it combined with physics too. There she has physics and she keeps the data from the animation too. She has like a combination, which I think it's ideal. Both work, yes. Here is when I have some keyframes move the skirt around. I don't know, she's still clipping a bit. I need to maybe make the colliders a bit chunkier. I guess a full swap is the cleanest, or also contains more data because you have the or you can delete the keyframes and let the physics handle that. I guess the chest breaks. Well, basically every bone breaks. There are scripts that can flip the animation 90 degrees for the keyframes. I don't know if all of them only have a 90-degree rotation in Euler, because I have on Euler, I have mixed Euler and Quaternion too, so I don't know about that. Let's see, how is the Blender file doing? Or whatever it did, it finished. Whether it was able to do an export or not, it can move again. So let's see if we got anything. Let me open the Sailor Moon folder, another window. Do I have the FBX? Nope. Well, this export there does not export anything, man. What in the legalities? I was able at some point to get an export out of that, but it is not working. Or you're exporting somewhere else, and I don't think so. I think it is just not working. I would like an error message to know why. Or maybe one of the options I have selected is messing with that. Scammed. Does it say in the console? Let me check the Blender console. Let me see. Because Blender has two consoles, right? The system console only says running text to FBX. That's the only thing it says. And maybe here it doesn't say anything. Illegal behavior. I'm not sure. sure how that goes. But this exporter is not exporting anything, eh? That's big illegal. Okay. So my question is, does the character need all the meshes like the wings, the magic rays and all that stuff? Because if she's not gonna be the one doing the animation, maybe we can save a little bit of, you know, we can make the file a bit leaner by removing that and having that being on the prop, basically. Ideally though, right? Ideally that normalization there. I mean, the normalization is working, basically. Both BRM or the World one is doing what they need to do. The problem is that my animation works needs retargeting, basically. It works for the other axis. I mean, the Switcheruski is there. The retargeter, like if I were to be animating often, I think it's okay to buy. Would be like, what, $60 or something in total, 60 something. I mean, if you're an animator, if you make games or something, it's not gonna break the bank. And if you do it every day or something, or often, I guess it makes sense. If we're only doing it once though, it's probably not that great. It would be cool to have. That's why I'm trying to think. If I fully animate the prop, will it retarget properly to a new character? I think so, as long as all the names are there, possibly. I think you can probably join the full animation without that much issues. I'm wondering about the material animations, right? The skin mesh render animations. That's what was worrying me. Because to be able to do the work only once, basically. Okay. So we can try animating the prop. It's legal enough for now. I don't feel fully defeated, but I feel, you know, it's like we are so close to greatness. We are so close to greatness, but so far at the same time. Let me see. Let me clear this scene of duplicates and trash and see what we really have. Character BRM, we're not gonna be using you, so you can vanish to the shadow realm. Okay, this other character though could work. She could work if we correct the animation with a 90-degree turn. So we should compare you with an FBX that works. to figure out the rotations, for example. But there are gonna be so many that is probably not worth it. I guess I don't know, having a tool that exists that can automatically do it for you, it is like, oh, that feels like the answer. That feels like the answer. Let me swap batteries. The FBX exporter though, that one didn't end up working that great. A bit illegal, to be honest. Or the other works too good or too great, I guess you could say too. Let me see. Is there a free Unity retargeting project? Possibly not. Animation retargeting utility for Unity. Let's see. There seem to be several projects. Let's see. Let me see. Animation retargeting. Animation. An editor window for the Unity game engine that allows for the retargeting of animations from different paths or game objects and properties, keyframes. The main focus is to allow for the conversion of different items such as blend shapes between different common formats. Allows for renaming the paths of the game objects from one name to another. Renaming properties. I don't know about this one. No, this is more like for blend shapes and stuff. Let's see. It's for animation clips. Seems to be like if your blends have different names. And this one, two methods to do humanoid animation retargeting during runtime in Unity. It's an old project. But it could be legal. For humanoid animation retargeting. From I guess it's only retargeting the human bones. Well, let's see. I can animate the prompt, and if we eventually figure out how to do the Sucherowski, we can try and also learn if we can actually pull it off. How to swap the information from here to the other, I guess. For the character, we still have to set up the constraints properly for the arms. Luckily, with the ability to be able to see the axis, should not be too bad. Let's see. I can get the character. Is she in 0? Not really. Let's do that. I can set all the Magica Cloth stuff to. Well, it's basically joined from the original Sailor Moon. We should fix the texture. Well, I guess we can always come here to fix the texture. That's fine. I can always do another export. Okay, character. The prop has decent Magica Cloth components. Let's stack them together, join, fully set them up. 0, okay. I don't know about the rotations, right? Because they are different. Maybe it's better to join from the Sailor Moon that works because she's also a character. Maybe that's cleaner. I can try. Sailor Moon, the original. Pull out the character. There she is. I don't know why I can see two on the character. Like two armatures. Let's see. 0, 0, 0. Okay. Yeah, I wonder why, right? Why do we have that over there? They have... I'm not sure. Okay, let me switch the music here. And by the way, now that we're at it, right? Let's look for something legal in on YouTube here. Let's see what we can listen to. See how this works today. I'm gonna start here. Okay. Nice. Let's use the Magica Cloth joinker from this girl to this character. Okay. Magica Cloth joinker from you to you. Copy the colliders. Now wait for a bit. Okay. Let me open all of these. Let me see, we have bubble and bubble, yes, okay. The colliders are there. Do they make sense? They do, they are perfectly in place. It is what I expected because the rotations have been changed because she's a character, right? We're gonna be struggling with the prop a bit more. But all good. Okay. And now what happens if I copy the components? Sorry. Copy the components. Of object reference. Okay, not set. You got them here. Maybe I need to hit them again to plug the proper, because usually what you get, or maybe you need to initialize them. That could be the case. The bones get plugged correctly, but you miss the colliders. Oh look, I don't know, he was able to figure it out. Yeah, that's inside the same hierarchy. Then what are you missing then? Object reference. Who knows? I will check them all. Let me rebuild the initial data for all of them. This little tool, to be honest, should be inside Magica Cloth by default. It should be part of it. Rebuild the initial data. Rebuild the initial data. Nice. Okay, here we're missing colliders for the chest. Peculiar. Does the chest have information here as colliders, or did I leave it empty? Oh, we are missing earrings physics. That's what failed. Okay, it doesn't have anything here, just physics. What about earrings? Earring L and R transforms. What happened with you, good sir? Did you get lost in translation there? Because your springs maybe does not like them that much. I'll try again. Hair twintles, skirt, long skirt, chest and earrings. And I think I'm missing two, but I'm not sure which ones. Still get errors there. Hair twintle, skirt, long skirt, chest, and earrings. I think I'm missing. Okay, if it's only one, I mean the helper is helping, to be honest. It's doing. No, I think I'm. No, that one doesn't count. 6 elements. Let me copy the earring physics. Copy. Maybe it will not let me because I didn't unpack this boy, right? I need to unpack so that you let me paste in the hierarchy. No, it doesn't matter. I can maybe duplicate you and paste on top of you. You can also create a, how do you call it? I think it's an empty, just an empty. I was gonna say an empty parent, but no, it's an empty. Okay, paste that. It's able to figure it out. No problem. I have 6 elements. Yes. Okay, now it should be fine. This one needs to point to the earring bones of this hierarchy. And we need to rebuild the initial data too. So let me try to look for them. Do we even have earring bones? Probably. I don't know if it's because no, the others are non-humanoid too. they should be parented to the head. Her bananas, many bananas. Probably looking for eye earrings here. Earring left and right. Reveal the initial data. Okay, now we can try giving her a shake and see how she does. Scene. For the character, we can remove stuff. Where is? Okay, this is the OG, and this is the one that's been animated. Let's see how she's doing over there. The skirts are in better shape because of the physics. The twintles are cooked. Oh, they are duplicated. Have you seen that? Like one part of the twintles is the black mesh over there, that's in position, and the other is flopping down. Is it because I have several characters stacking? Possibly. Let me see. F. Let me grab this girl, give her a shake. Where is your gizmo? Probably far away. I can maybe grab the armature only. Maybe grab something that's closer to her. Let's see. Hips. Can I move you with this? No. You refuse. I can move you with the rod, but using this panel. If I cannot reach the gizmo, but it seems like I can reach. Oh, you don't like that? No problem. I can grab the character, but move you like this. Are your physics enabled? Is that not the way to go? Shall I move the root? No. Why don't you react, my lady? During the animation, I think you were jiggling. Can delete this girl to start making it a bit more visual, more clear, more understandable. I revealed the initial data. I think you need to maybe hit the little pen tool. To export, you need to drop it back into the folder. I know that, but just for it to be able to work here, this should be enough. Chest. You're not able to figure this one out. We're missing the chest. Transforms. Okay. No problem. They are chains though, so you only need to plug the first bones of the chest. Chest. Where are you hiding? Root. Test. So we need to plug the first. The first bone of the hierarchy. Tomorrow, ReZero returns for the second half of the season. Very happy cookie. Very happy cookie. I won't be able to watch it tomorrow, but this weekend probably, or maybe later. Just L, this one, L and R. Nice. You can rebuild just in case. Yippee. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Okay, the colliders are empty anyway. Okay. What happens now? Do you have physics or what? A lot of stuff is happening there. A lot of stuff is moving there. Let me hide meshes there. Hide. The prop is showing. Not anymore. Okay. Why is the skirt going? Oh, why is the skirt going up? Well, because of the animation, right? The animation is breaking. The animation, it was going up, now it's going up with physics. Okay, the cool thing is at least we know what is going on in every step of the process, and we know how we can, we can choose how to solve the problems, because we know the problem is the animation is not properly retargeting, and now thanks to the bone renderer we can see the axis of the bones actually, so we can visually see the difference in there. We should be able also to establish the constraints decently enough, and they should work in Wardo, hopefully. Yeah, let's see. Will it let me delete stuff here? Maybe not. I think I need to unpack her. For the ribbons on the chest, make sure she's the character. She is, right? So, ribbons. Can I delete you? Children of a prefab instance, yes, but I can open it too in prefab mode to restructure it. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought unpacking was the way to go, but I guess this mode works too, right? So ribbons, bye bye. Ribbons, bye bye. Sadly, but the character, when we do, if I end up buying the retargeter or something, then you can have all your magic in there. black ribbons, or the wings, or the long ribbons at the end there. Huge bow ribbons, you don't need that. I think this is it for the character. That's everything you need. We have the duplicates for the bank caps, the emissive boys. We don't need those. And I also have the one for the tiara. And that is it, because the eyes we need, and the moon for the moon crystal, even though it's not gonna be seen, I guess it's never gonna be seen. No, the moon is for the forehead, but the moon crystal, makeup bottom, makeup top, and moon crystal is the crystal in the center. That's never gonna be seen, to be honest. But well, we will leave it there because of legal reasons. Okay, you get to be there. Okay, so we can exit the prefab mode. Oh, the bubble. We don't need that. Ah, those are inside the armature. That's right, I can get in there and delete that too. Prefab mode, how can I enter that? And to be honest, all those extra bones, well, I will leave the bones, but we don't need them for anything, to be honest. Prefab, is it opening isolation? I don't think so. I need the prefab mode. You can unpack. I guess it's here. Prefab open. Yeah, that's it. Armature. Let me open you. I can delete the bubble. I don't need you here. I would like to see if it's not too much to ask. Bubble, bye bye. The background, we don't need the background for the character. Oh, so sad. So sad. It's fine. Feathers, we don't need the feathers. Or that one, 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 or the focus lines, sadly. I think that's, no, the makeup also has particles. They should be like mega small, hidden in there. Where is my makeup kit? Makeuperino, where are you hiding? Twisterino, flaps, wings. Makeup here. Circle, 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 cross. The magic rays they seem to be gone. The puff particle, the star, and the trail. Okay, I think that is it. JP. Okay. Exit. Nice. Understandable. Have a nice day. But this is only for bone stuff. Okay. The bone renderer. We do need you. Good sir. Why are these bones flying up? Because they don't have any mesh right now. No, the skirts and stuff. Maybe it belongs to another character or something. that's hidden, but the bone render is turned on, so I can see it there. Could be one of these boys. No, peculiar. Inside the prop, this one. No, peculiar. Hard to believe if you ask me. Okay. Because if I were to have two sets of bones on the same character, I would like to know if that is the case indeed. Yeah, I select the character and it's flying over there. I was watching a guy play RimWorld with a Twitch chat extension and the game started lagging because chat kept spawning so many pet rats. Oh no. Oh no. He got the bubble jet. The bubble jet in game there. bubble jetted and deleted over there. But it froze the stream. They were spamming the boys. So not fully sure why these boys live up there instead. It was like 200 rats. How many chatters were there to cause that mayhem? Like, I guess you can do with 10 or 20 chatters, you can do 200 rats easy. Or maybe like 5 very committed persons, very committed people, you know, in there. Spamming there. Spawn rats. There are cool Twitch extensions there for some games. It would be cooler. It was not updated, that was the issue. It would be cooler that more games had extensions. They had a cost, but they were too cheap to spawn. The channel points or something. There were like the classic, maybe 100 channel points or something like that. And you don't realize it's free real estate. Okay, so now I need to unplug the animation. I think she doesn't need the extension. Had a separate. Right. Okay. Do you get them just by watching? Just by watching the stream? Because that would be GG, basically. Okay, you don't need an animator controller then. So... And let's see if the physics... This girl static. Can I give her? There you go. I still don't know why those axes are flying over there. But okay, let's say that's legal. Yep. There's also karma, which you will get by giving gifts. Okay. So if you have karma, you get... Are you trusted by the system or something? Do you get... For example, you will get taken more into account. Will let you spawn more rats. I think I gave you like a oh no. I don't know if this long skirt is actually checking for colliders there. Are you even checking? Let's see. Long skirt. Yeah. Forearm, hand, hips, upper leg and lower leg. I don't know. Are you sure you're checking? I have seen your clip, eh? I have seen the cliperoskis, eh? Why are you blue? Why are you blue? Because you're bone cloth. Maybe I checked another pen. That was for this one, right? Movement limit. Yeah, I don't know. You were clipping. Madut, you were clipping. But well, let's set up the constraints here. Am I missing? No, it's because I'm in the physics mode. Let me check these boys to set up the constraints for the arm, the twisty boys. Drop a save, just in case you're never too sure over there. Let's see. Twisty bones. Twisterinos. Twintels don't need here. Twisties. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. Add a component. The component is gonna be a rotation constraint. And it will work because it is not a main bone of the armature. Okay, so oh no, I forgot how to do this illegality of sources. It's a bit illegal. You needed to put like the whole chain of events, and I forgot how it went. We need, this is for these ones are parented to the hand, I think. So the first needs to be the hand. And in this case, I think it's only the hand. But for the next, you need to put more stuff in there. Let's see if I can drag it without it updating. Nice. Hand constraint settings. We're gonna freeze C and Y. We're gonna leave X free. At least now we know. This is so cool. I hope it works. Okay, and the weight for the first was 1, right? And it was decreasing alongside 1 or near 1. Let me copy from Blender the exact value. Let's see. Blend. I will have you here on the side. Okay. Let's see the twisty boys. Twisty boys. Where are you? Twisterinos. In this case, the first twisty boys. Okay, this is not ideal. Let me depose you or something. Yes, something like that. But you know, now that we have it kind of fine-tuned, but it's basically 1, 0.66, 0.33, and almost 0, or 0.1 or 0.01, something like that. Something like that. Let's see. Rest, maybe. To be able to access these twist bones easily. Hide all the particles that don't let me see. Alright. And pause to be able to see. Okay. Twisterino 1. Twisterino 1. We have a copy rotation too. I forgot. We have the rotation constraint, but we have to copy too. And we have the dumped track. Does the rotation constraint copy the rotation? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Gabron was a bit spicy to set up. Sources, the hand. I guess it's copying from here, so I guess this is a copy rotation too. Maybe. Has to be active. And the value is yeah, 4.1. Okay, we'll copy the component. So the next bone, Twisterino 2, rotation constraint, paste the values, and now I need to add the previous bone too. And the weight, we need to lower it probably to 66, as Banana said. Yes, it is exactly 66. I was there so many times that I don't know if the final values were this clean. But yes, seems to be the case. This should be the same, and we need to put the previous bone too. I am not fully sure if we need to remove this one now, you know. As far as I know, you need to plug the chain, but I could be wrong about that. Let's see. Next bone, let's copy this. Copy. Probably just the next one. Okay. You need removing this one, right? It will make sense, but let's see. I don't know why I thought that was the case. Unity rotation constraints. Rotates a game object to match the rotation of its source game objects. Unity evaluates the source game objects in the order they appear in the list. This order affects how the constraint rotates the constraint game object. Let's see. I don't know if we need to add the lookat too, because in Blender we have the dump track there, but let's see. Unity rotation constraints. Skipping ads. Skip. Let me skip. Okay. I don't know how does it look when you spin it. It would be cool to be able to see, right? I mean, if it gets weirdly disjointed or something inside Wordo, we know that's probably the case, that we need the lookat. If it gets like a jagged outline, like a little step, a staircase or something, maybe then it needs the lookat. If it rotates mostly like a hand would, like an arm would, then it's fine. Hopefully. Let's see. Let's see, maybe I need to boost the audio here because I cannot hear this person talk. Sorry. Let's see. They're doing it with fur over there or something. Oh, so I need to lock them. Illegal behavior. I thought it didn't matter. So copy from the hand. Maybe you only copy from the other guy instead of doing the whole change. Maybe this never made sense. Maybe we can have. Can I not move you there? Can swap you, right? And delete this boy. Mr. Manu! How are you doing? Did you figure out the mystery of the lattice? I never used them in Blender, but I don't know exactly what could be going on there. I guess the world origin illegality is not the end of the world. It helps modeling around it, but you know, you should probably be able to get away with not doing so. What's the center point? Like the origin or the 3D cursor? Was it messing with you or something? Maybe that was illegal. One of those. Okay. Well, glad you were able to figure it out. I slept over there at the last part. I woke up at around 6 or something, so you were streaming, stay over there for an hour or so, and ended up falling into the heap void again. I have to move it in object mode. Yeah, editing it was spicy, right? Well, big W there, if you were able to figure it out. Big W. Let's see. So I guess this works. Well, let's try like this first and see if it works. Let's put the music back on. Okay. Nice. Are you locked? Get locked. This one is locked. Okay. Next, can we paste rotation constraint? Paste the values. Let's put the next twisterino there. Spooky, music. What? Yeah. Going into hiding mode over there. What? Got flower behavior. Chun chun. Oh no! Must protect. The Unity tiles will start flying off. The constraints and the physics and the illegalities will start popping. Oh no! Let's check the value for the next one. Is it 33? Was I a good boy? Maybe. Next twist bone is 33. Let's go. 33. Yippee yippee. Yippee yippee. Okay. Active. Okay. Lock. Nice. Have to apply them all, but I guess dragging and dropping does the trick. And the last boy is 0.1. Let's see. Paste values. We only need the previous twisterino and 0.1. Okay. Lock that thing. Now we need the same but for the other side basically. Oh, the flap master, all these boys. They could have physics too or something. I'm checking for the collider of the shoulders. First of all, let's try it without anything, right? Check the sheer illegality we have in there. This one copies from Handar. Okay. Okay, same behavior. One lock. Yeah, double checking that it was indeed the same axis and there is not an option to make it negative or anything, so I'm assuming it's okay. So let me copy these values and let's keep going. Component, pasterino, twisterino, 0.66, and that should be it. It's locked by default there. Yeah, okay, nice. And keep going. And here we copy from the previous with 33. Okay. Same. Pop. From you. Jump. Okay. 0.1. Cool. We have the flap. Here, what should we really target with physics? Probably the flap boys themselves, not the flap master. On twist shoulder too. Let's see, how does this boy go? We have it on the left side too, to his shoulder. Okay. I was thinking to future proof the character. Well, I guess I can copy the constraints. Should not be that bad. I can copy the components, I guess. Yeah, I can copy. I think it's because I deleted so many particles, right? Could have made them invisible or something, or disable them. That maybe would have been smarter to not have to like re-import them. Or I can open the prefab and put the, because all the bones are there, I can copy paste the meshes. Maybe. The information is still here, I think. Circle, 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 cross. Bubble, mesh is still here. So maybe it's legal. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Now I regret deleting them, I guess. Can you plug them back? Yeah, look, I could have disabled them here. That would have been smarter. It's legal. It's just true because there are several constraints, right? To not have to copy paste. I don't know if there is an automatic constraint joinker. It really makes sense that there is one. If I have a Magica Cloth helper that joins constraints, there should be one for the normal ones. Unity, is there a way to transfer constraints between two, I was gonna say identical models? Yes. To identical prefabs. Well, yeah. Let's see. There can be like scripts and stuff. Let's see. You can copy constraint components like position, rotation, or parents constraints between identical prefabs using the Unity Inspector copy-paste tool, or by editing the prefab asset directly. Yeah, but it's telling you that it can be pointing to the previous one. That's exactly the case. That's what I want to avoid. achieve many similar prefabs. Inheritance and prefabs or of prefabs. That's prefabception. I guess I can put them side by side. I don't know if I can do that, but I guess I can. Yes, I can re-import a girl here, open her, like unpack the prefab, and straight up switch the hierarchy and pray. They were identical in the beginning, so it should hold, maybe. Stinger! How are you doing over there? Oh, yeah. This is how it goes. It is a classic, no problem. It is a big project, so we're gonna be here for a bit, and it's okay. I have seen your diving stream, the bot. I still don't fully get the setup because the camera was there on the board. I know it overheated at the end, that's why the stream cut. But there is a phone looking like to a monitor or something. Everything is floating on a bodyboard on top of the water, and it's like a monitor of the camera. Maybe your camera is connected with a cable to that little monitor, and we're seeing the monitor from the phone. I know it overheated, and I know you tried second date, you tried to dive, but your chest hurt, and then you went snorkeling or something. Okay, then I think I understood correctly the setup. What were those two horns that we can see from the camera? Because it had like two little sticks pointing forward. I don't know if that's like a mount or something. Okay, let me see. Okay, this should be okay enough. Let me see. Yes. yes. So it was like the mount thingy. Let me see. I'm gonna check the sun right now. Oh, that's a bit inconvenient for tomorrow. Is the sun gonna be setting over there? That's a bit illegal, eh? Tomorrow there is gonna be an eclipse, but I was gonna check if we could see the moon close to the sun there, but doesn't seem to be the case. No moon to be seen there. You. Bit legal. Okay, let's go. Let's keep constraining this boy. The shoulder. Let me look Blender to see how I did it here. Okay, the shoulder here has constraints, but we don't care about them because they work for the animation. They look at the dump truck. Well, look at the mechanism bones we added flying over here. We don't need that anymore. Here. Ooh, copy location, and I know, I don't know why our setup didn't work until we added the copy location. I'm gonna try it with the copy rotation. And pray. but who knows what's gonna happen. I do not. But we're gonna find out. To this shoulder. Let's go. We're gonna add a copy rotation. Paste from we're gonna be copying the arm L, in this case arm L, arm L, and the influence should be the opposite way, 0.1. Okay, I'm gonna join, copy. You're locked, right? Yes. And the axis makes sense, right? Yes. Okay, let's keep going. I would like to see a visual indicator, like the Magica Cloth colliders. They have the little spheres. I would like to see an indication of them having a constraint too. But that's just me asking for stuff. Not necessary, I guess. I guess it will be cluttering. It will clutter the hierarchy or something. To his shoulder, you can have them like there so that you can see. This one is fine. Next, paste the boy. Paste the boy in there. Paste components, the values. Open, and in this case, all of them are copying the arm, I think. No, you should. Should you be copying the... Let's see. The previous bone, because I think maybe that's the case. They are copying the arm. Okay, I will just provide. Copy the arm. Good sir. Okay. And you too. Same shenanigan. Copy the arm. Paste, but you copy 0.66. The thing is, this has to be in world space instead of normal, with the world space with the copy location at the top. I don't know, let's see what we get there. This one is 0.1. Now this one is 1, full 1. Nice. Okay. I have to set the other part too. Twisterino. This one. Okay. PC, drop all the boys in there. Paste the values. In this case is the arm right. What is the boy? There you go. This is fine. Copy. Okay. Next. Twist points. Paste them there. Paste the values. And you are 0.33. And keep going. Bam. Paste the values. And you are 0.66. And you are 1. Paste. And 1. Nice. I can, well, let's press play. Let's see what we get in there. I need to drop her back to the folder for everything to update. Ideally we should try to plug a Magica Cloth component for the Flapperuski that checks for colliders on the shoulder and the chest area, basically. Okay. So I think she holds. Let's give her a shake. Here the constraints are impossible to test. Well, not impossible. We can rotate her now that I think about it. I don't know why Gaborun worked here when I rotated him, but he didn't work in Wardot later, and I had to figure out the rotations. Maybe it's because I was plugging entire chains in there, and who knows. That may have had some influence. I am not denying that could be the case. Okay. That's fine. So what could I do for the flapperinos? I can basically treat them as a skirt, I was gonna say. Maybe that's a bit much, but I can duplicate the short skirt maybe. That's a bit more rigid. Duplicate it. Call it collar Flapperuski. Collar Flapperino. And let's plug. Gonna put it up here. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Hair, twin tails, maybe earrings. Maybe we can do it from top to bottom. Collar flap, skirt, long skirt. The chest then needs to be higher up. There, that should be it. Okay. Collar, Flapperuski. We need to plug the first bone of every chain, and that is for the flappy boys. And I guess if they share the same component, you can plug them in the same Magica Cloth component, regardless. Like, maybe the area, because the colliders are gonna be different, it doesn't make sense that you're checking for, should be checking for chest colliders. This is probably not the case here. It's not worth it. But maybe you can optimize it that way for another model in which that made sense. I guess. Let's see. Where are these boys? Her bananas should be down the chain. Twintles further down. Twisterinos. Flaps. Here we are. Okay, so let's see. Root bones. Start plugging. I'm not gonna put the flap master, but we're gonna start flap 1 and it's all the chain. Flap 2 and 3 the corner. The corner. The corner is its own thing. I guess we can plug the corner. Okay. And then we can plug the other side and the center. Flap right. One, two, and 3. Feather! How are you doing over there? How is the summer looking? Big chillin'. Is it okay enough over there? Not too hot? Not too hot, big chillin'? Doing something cool lately? Do you get to see the eclipse tomorrow? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe partial eclipse. Let's see. You ditch. Heat. A lot of heat over there. I could see that being the case. It has been very hot lately. And you don't live well. Do you live near a body of water? I think you told me about it and I forgot. Now that I think about it, I think the answer is yes, but I don't know, for some reason I thought the answer was no in the beginning. But I guess it's getting that hot over there, even if you're close to water. That's kind of wild. Here we're okay. It's hot, but not bad at all. It is kind of comfy. Everything that's under 27, right? That's pretty legal. But it's like 25 or something. It's humid, but all good. Let me see. Body of water in my region bears the name of. It is a famous body of water then. A river. Okay. A cool river over there. Nice. So then you should be okay. Okay-ish. Maybe. Or is it enough to make it humid but not enough to regulate the temperature? It could be. At least you can go. Can you take a bath in the river? Maybe not. Maybe it's not a nice river to bathe on. Well, I'll not be walking over there. That is legal. Usually when you have it close to home or close-ish, you end up not going. That does happen. It is getting dark. Yes, over here too. Starting to get dark. we have central flaps. I think I have a central flap. Where are you? Show yourself, central flap. It should be parented to the chest, so at the same level as the shoulders, probably. Shoulder, flap master right. Flap corner to shoulder. Is it higher up the hierarchy? Maybe. But here we have the twin tails. Spine, chest. Flap central. Here you are. Trying to escape over there. That should be it. Yeah, that looks like the collar indeed. Big W. Okay, so have a little issue here with the corner. Should I make the corner there movable? Maybe, possibly. Okay. It can probably be a bit meh. But okay. And the colliders we need to check for. Let's see. All of these boys we need to yoink, well not yoink, obliterate. And to plug colliders for the chest area. Like for example, not even these guys here, because those are gonna be dancing a bit. We need to plug like the shoulders and the main chest collider, and I think that should be it. Yeah. Let's see, chest collider, where do you live? Can I? Okay, we can do it actually. We can do that. So we need to know. You need to have Unity brain wrinkles, but you can pull it off. You can select the physics for the collar. You don't want this to disappear, right? So that way you have to lock it here, and now we can check the colliders, and you see you can keep it. And you can plug the shoulder colliders there. And now we need to plug the chest, but the main chest. That one, I guess, yes. Where do you live? Chest. It's a bit too small, I guess. But if it works, it works. Hope you're not colliding by default there, eh? That seems okay. That on the shoulders maybe can make it work. You and you. And maybe at most you can say the upper arm, but maybe it's overkill. Maybe shoulder is fine. Let's see, let's press play and see the explosion. Let's see, reveal the initial data and press play. Well, let's check the spheres. Okay, play. Let's see the severity of the illegalities. Okay, she is clipping a bit. Clippity cloppity. We can increase the radius a bit of the colliders. Of the, here. There is a radius for colliders, so I can increase it. Something like that is fine. See that it didn't implode. And okay, there what we are seeing is both colors. They are clipping through each other, but they are not gonna be showing at the same time. I got worried that it was the same color. And to be honest, we could have only one color, to be honest. But it is what it is. And let me keep this value here. Copy. Stop the simulation. And paste it here. Nice. Now let's update it by dragging and drop it. This bad boy or good boy back into the folder, the character. We drop it here again. We create an original prefab. And now when we check that she updates properly here, the thumbnail, can drop her again. Check that she has everything in there. She probably does. Let me see. Let's press play. It's illegal that she's flying over there, but let's see. Yeah, she has physics over there. Let's give her a shake. Now, if she has them all, let's see. It's because I have the locked screen from the other. Okay, she has physics. Let me teleport there. No, character 1. Teleport with her. Do you have all the physics? And you, my lady. I think so. Yeah, okay. So now we can delete the old character. We can, well, this one is not really required. Can keep this boy, probably updated. And we need to rename you to character. Okay, and with that I think we can export the character, and she should be alright enough. It should be an export that kinda works to an extent. Okay. So we're pointing at Sailor Moon animation, right? Switch active mode, Sailor Moon animation. Okay. Build a mod. Yeah. And save. Okay. So even though she does not fully work, we still have her there. If I ever get the retargeting tool, we can update her and add all the bells and whistles in there. I am tempted, but it is money too, so I will try to hold. First try, maybe, I don't know. The problem is the FBX works right before normalization. That's what's worrying me. is there a way to normalize the character bones? Export here. Maybe we can modify the armature afterwards. I don't know if Guardo is an enjoyer, but maybe. Okay, let's finish exporting. Oh, you know what? The mask is for the avatar, right? The mask is for the avatar. What happens if you only... Is there a way... Maybe if you only select the humanoid bones... I can try right now with an FBX by changing the mask. If we don't put a mask or put in the mask only the humanoid bones, can we make Wardo only normalize those bones and leave the rest? And then after normalization, can we change the mask and address it with the animation? I guess after normalization you get the new avatar with the new rotations, and I guess if those bones were not in your mask, they will not be in that new avatar. So I guess not. Will it check that every bone has been normalized or only the humanoid bones? And there is another question. Can you create a character with a generic rig? I think the answer is no. But I haven't not tried, I think. Let's see. Well, the manual says you can't, but can you? Let's see. Sailor Moon animation exported from, let's see, Sailor Moon. Where are you? Good sir. This is not the folder, right? Yeah, this is not the folder. Okay. I guess. Magica Cloth. And here. Okay. Copy. Let's paste here in Wardo. Not in props, but in characters. And I need to do a quick toilet break because I'm starting to feel that I'm gonna explode. Let's see. Sailor Moon animation Wardo replace. Alright, let's check if the constraints are there and work, if they are broken, and what is going on there. Okay. Magica Cloth characters, the first time they are usually a bit spicy because you're building the physics there. Okay. Look. I think they are missing a look at or something. you can see that they rotate with the hand. But there is a slight mismatch. I think that's the lookout that they are missing. Let's see. This one, you can see that it's rotating with the hand. There is an illegality around the wrist. That could be that the lookout is missing. Maybe. And with the bones at the top, I don't know what's looks healthy, right? So fancy. So fancy. Tracking seems pretty decent. The sum is illegal over there. I can check the also the options what it'll give you for the sum. I think I don't usually check them. Why are my physics not there? Like I didn't do like apply to character prefab. Sometimes rebuilding, like opening and closing word helps. You have Magica Cloth here. I see Magica Cloth. Reset. That didn't do anything. Sometimes you need to apply to character prefab, but usually just dragging and dropping the character to the folder again. That's the trick. Maybe it's because I didn't pull it back from the folder out. That does not seem to be the case. So what are we seeing there at the upper part of the arm, right? At the upper part of the arm, they should be copying the rotation of the arm. Maybe we need to do like in Blender and make the first bone copy the location of the arm too. Maybe. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board over there. They should be parented though. Does it work when I do it? Yeah, like, you know, up it works. Is it because I locked? Could it be because I locked other axis and I only left the axis of the bone? Maybe, you know, maybe for the copy rotations of the higher bones, I don't need to lock all the axes, you know? Maybe I need to let it be. And what about the... Could we have a similar problem over here? Maybe I don't need to lock all the axes? Could that be the problem instead? They should be parented to the arm. Yeah, but do you remember that in Blender, when they moved and they were not looking at, they follow, but they are like a bit cooked. They are a bit pointing to a random direction, maybe. Let me see. Are they? Let me check the hierarchy there. That cat flower has some coffee over there, eh? He's protecting the coffee cup. The gamer juice over there. Let me see. Where is this girl? In Wardo here. Can disable that. Okay, let's see. What could be going on with you? Good sir. Well, good sir. Good lady. My lady. The physics components, they are blue. That tells me they are part of the prefab and they should have updated probably, possibly. This is pretty easy to solve too. I can basically nuke it and drop it again. That way you're 100% sure thing is in there. Why was it restricting the rotation of the arm? It's like it is not fully following. The bone can clearly go down, right? The bone is going down, but the others are not following. They are flying. Let's see. Let's open the hierarchy. Let's see. The constraints for the shoulders. Well, it's not the shoulders. It's shoulder left. The arm. That's not constrained. And twist bones. This is the lower part, right? Twist bones, they are following the hand. And they have Y and C frozen. I guess. Let me see. Is there something such as look at here? Look at constraint. Okay. Look at is active. Wait. Use up object specifies how the world up vector should be computed. Either use world up object or the roll value. Let's see. And should I use it? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. Twist boys. The first one, it has a copy rotation first from the hand. Okay, it's using local space the rotation, by the way. Okay. Doesn't let me use local or otherwise here, so let's assume it's doing the same. And dump track, which I assume is look at. Let me first of all look that up because it may not be the case. Is look at constraint is the look at constraint well, in Unity the same as dump track in Blender? No, Unity's look at constraints and Blender's dump track are not the same thing, though Blender's dump track is functionality equivalent to a pure swing rotation look at constraint in Unity. Standard lookup rotates an object to face a target while allowing full twist and roll freedom whereas Blender dump track uses a minimal single axis swing rotation that prevents unwanted rolling along the tracking. Blender dump track constrains a local axis to point at a target using a pure swing rotation, meaning it explicitly avoids twisting or rolling on the track axis. Unity's lookup constraint aligns the forward axis to the target's and an up vector to a wall. And an up vector, a vector that points up to the wall, to a wall or source up object, which can introduce roll or twist adjustment based on the up vector definition. Okay, so the lookup is more complex, I guess. Unity is equivalent to dump motion. If you are looking for an actual lagging smoothing spring like dampening over dump transform constraint rather than a standard geometric lookup. Okay. So I need to use dump something. Let me see. Or use constrain this lookup maybe. Still confused why they aren't rotating with the parent. Let me see. Let's check the hierarchy, right? I have twist bones here and the parent. Do you tell me here? No, but the twist bones are not parented to the hand. They are parented to the forearm, as they should. Should be under arm L. I am talking the ones that point to the hand, these ones. The twist bones, the next set, they are twist shoulder here, and they are parented to the shoulder, I think. They are parented between each other and to the shoulder. That's wrong. Is that why it was hard in Blender to make it work? They should be parented to the arm then. I think we checked this 1,000 times where we were creating these constraints. behavior. Yeah, they are pointed to the shoulder instead. The thing is it gonna break the animation? For sure. For sure. But maybe there is a way to constrain it as in Blender. That's why the first one needs the copy location for the arm, maybe. And the rest can only have the copy rotation. Maybe that's why it was so spicy. Let's see. The first bone has a copy location of the arm, the first one. Okay. Can I copy location here? Let's see. For the twist shoulder one, right? Yes. This one. Do I have a copy location here? Copy. Location. You're just using it to change. Yes, I know, Mr. Banana. I know. I don't know why I set it up like this. I swear I follow like 1,000 tutorials and we check this 1,000 times, right? I don't know. I don't know why this is like this, but it is like this, sadly. The problem is that it is animated, right? Let's see. Let me look for the equivalent of copy location for a bone in Unity. What is the equivalent constraint Unity? What is the equivalent constraint to copy location in Blender for a bone? What is the equivalent constraint for a bone? Let's see. Multi-position constraint. Part of the animation rigging package. If you also need it to follow rotation, use the multi-parent constraint instead. Multi-parent constraint. Okay, in this case we need to do both constraint rotation and so let's use multi-parent constraint, multi-aim constraint. This could be like the dump trunk, maybe. Multi-parent constraint. Let's see. What is this? Constraint object. Should be the bone. Why are you asking me this? Should it not be put here? Constraint position and rotation axis. Maintain offset. Source. The source is gonna be arm. the list of game objects that influence the constraint object position and orientation, and the amount of weight they contribute to the final pose. The constraint applies linearly interpolated weight translation and rotation toward its target. The order of source objects does not affect the result. Okay. Let's see. Arm L is the source. The constraint object is the bone. The shoulder 1. The weight is 1. And you are constrained in both position and rotation, right? The offset we don't need an offset because you're on top of each other, to be honest. So, none. Or position and rotation. Position and rotation, I guess. Just in case it teleports to the middle or something. Constraint position XYZ, constraint rotation XYZ, I guess. Well, the rotation, who knows, because and this one needs to be point for real, and for the rotation maybe, but the location though, you know, the location needs to be bonkers. So maybe because and the weight of the location needs to be 1 and the weight of the rotation needs to be lower, instead of using the multi-parent I should use something else. I know you source object, you can tweak it here maybe. I know this weight is if you put multiple sources to decide what affects more. Alright, so what is the other option? Multi-position. Okay, let's use multi-position. Multi-position. Okay. And I'm gonna nuke this boy. Good sir, may you remove? Okay. Mold position needs to go first. Can I not move you around? I should. Do I need to, maybe I need to unpack you. Let me open the prefab to do the swap. Open the prefab. Georgie! She has suffered an incident. Don't ask the difficult questions there. We are trying to solve the incident. We are trying to constrain those twist bones in there. Keeping everything under control there. But yeah. Yeah. Explosions happened. How are you doing over there? Lunch break. Lunch break maybe? Oh, maybe it's a bit late for lunch. Are you done already? That seems a bit early too. Maybe mini breaky. Mini break? Maybe. Let's see. Unity. Can I swap the constraints here? Would you allow me to? I forgot twisterino for the shoulder. Shoulder twisterino. But on the right, the one that has the multi boy. You'll get this in good shape in no time. Yeah. No problem at all. We found a workaround. We can make the prop animates properly, and I checked that I can address the material properties too, so I can basically do it with the prop. And I will do a switcherooski between the character and the prop, and that can work. Ideally, there are retargeting tools. They cost a little bit of money. It is not too bad, but if I'm not gonna be using it like often, it's probably not that worth. I don't know. I have the little, it is like $60 or $65, something like that. And it's Unity 6, but I think it will clear my frames. Maybe I can export the clip back to this version of Unity. Legal enough. For now, I guess we can do it with the switcherooski. If I ever get the retargeting tool, I can clean the animation to work with the normalized bones. Legal enough. It's okay. It will. The thing is, it will work. It's gonna be a little bit of a mirage, but it will work. And if that add-on manages to work, I guess we can do the swapperooski any day. Let me see. What do I have here? What is the other boy? To his shoulder. Did it disappear? I think it disappeared. Okay. Glad you can get it to work. Yeah, no problem. We got this, Mr. Sushi. We got this. Seems like you have been learning heaps from this project. We have gotten a wrinkle or two in there, right? We have discovered quite a few tools and constraints and stuff. Look, now we can check the axis in Unity. That's pretty useful too. That allows me to constrain with ease and knowing what is actually happening. And now I can understand the normalization because I can see the axis and I see the rotation the program is doing in there. So I'm getting wrinkles, man. I'm getting the wrinkles. Has been a rough project, but I guess I have learned a lot too, which I'm glad. I chicken the beat from time to time. It's taking a bit too long, and it's true. I'm not denying that. But well, as long as we manage to make it work, it's okay. And then it's easy to go back to easier projects. That's always an option. Easier projects. Now I'm rigging project is gonna be baby stuff in comparison. We can do constraints with twisty bones in there, like it is nobody's business, because this girl was broken, but she has twisty bones over there, and not one, she has 8. That's why she's broken. You've gotten all the modeling and rigging muscles. Kinda. We're getting the character pipeline figured out. A lot of issues with FBX shenanigans, eh? Holy flipperuski. I assume that was more polished, you know? Like, there are people that do this every day. I just assumed it just worked, but no. Big spicy, the FBX format. Big spicy. And incompatibilities between programs and stuff. There are, you know, plugins and workarounds and shenanigans. I guess that's what experience teaches you, I guess. The shenanigans and you, well, recovering from crashes. That's the experience part, I guess. That and the speed over there. Like they tell you, I need 6 characters, 6 Roblox characters for next week, and you have them done there. Let's flipping go. Yeah, let's go. You have the muscle in there. Do they have an auto rigging tool there for Roblox boys? Or maybe, well, maybe I don't know. Maybe something. Luckily, they are not too spicy. Luckily, but well, it depends on the accessories you start putting in there, because if the characters get complex, even though they look simple at first sight, maybe they're very spicy on the inside. You never know. Did you figure out the mech boy at the end there? I'm sure you did. Okay, let me see. What's this boy? It doesn't have the constraint here. I assume because I never applied the character prefab, so it is not here. Which is legal enough. Let me exit and apply it. Let me see. They do. If you use their built-in character stuff, everything just attaches to the body parts. It's multiple watertight meshes, so even the arm, if the arm will be broken up to upper arm, lower arm, and the head, and completely separate meshes. Okay, so no white painting. Happy sushi. Let's go. I assume they will have like a tool or something, right? If they do that every day, and all the meshes are similar to an extent and simplish enough, you should have something that speeds up the process. Let me exit here. Okay. Where is my constraint? Can I apply it so that I can move it around? I need markers here, because sweet baby Jesus, these are mature. I need the bone to be red, bright red, to be able to see it. Let's see. To his bones, to his shoulder. It was not here. Did I put it on the left? They're not too far apart from each other. To his bone left. Here. Okay. Nice. Here you are. Because I never applied you, right? That's why you didn't. Let's see if I add to the prefab character. Can I move you around now? Will you allow me to do this? Yeah, I assume you didn't like that. Let's see. But now, if I... You know what? Instead of entering there, because I need to do this a few times, let me just unpack it. Unpack. That's it. Okay. Now, twist posterino left for the shoulder, this boy. Can I do this before the rotation constraint? There you go. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if it is just easier to fix it in Blender. But if I fix it in Blender, it will break my animation, will it not? Well, if it follows the same, maybe not, but no, but you are changing the armature, and that's a big no-no, Mr. Banana. If you change the armature, by default you are changing the rest position of the armature. Even though it looks the same, it will explode your whole animation. I am not sure that is a good decision. Maybe it is, but because I don't know what bones were used as reference to calculate what, I prefer not to touch the spicy bones. I don't know. And I don't know if these two can be combined. Can I use a multi-position constraint and a rotation constraint? Do they work together, or shall I use a multi? Because this belongs to animation rigging in the package. So I guess maybe I need to combine it with one that belongs to that. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Unity. Can I combine a multi-position constraint with a rotation constraint? Yes. It's cleaner and more efficient to use a single multi-parent constraint. Yes, but I need different weights, good sir. Yes, but I need different weights, good sir. So it is what it is. Okay, let's go. We know. Source objects. Multi-position constraint. Your source is gonna be the arm L. This boy here. There you go. Our constraint axis XYZ. Constraint object. Let's see. The game object that's affected by the source objects. Okay, this is gonna be the bone. The bone to the shoulder. L. This guy. Okay. XYZ. Image Blender. I think it's exactly that. XYZ. Yep. Influence 1. Copy rotation 0.1. Okay. Now my question is, do they need the lookat or something? Or the equivalent to the dump track? Because the ones at the bottom are having an issue too, and those are properly parented, as far as I know. As far as I know. Let's see. The constraint was called dumped, I don't know what. Dump transform. Dump track was just for extreme poses. Even the guy said it was optional. Okay. We're gonna... But you see that here, for some reason, this girl... I can check the hierarchy for the bones at the bottom too. But... you see there, we're having illegalities. This hand, maybe it's the angle. The angle could be legal. But we're having a slight illegality there. There it's fixed, but the rotation. Let's see. Let's see what are they parented to there. Because maybe that's wrong. In Blender, the first twist boy is parented to the forearm. Redoing things? Yes, but it is not about redoing model. It is like if I change the parenting in Blender, you change the rest post and all the animation explodes. It explodes big bad. I once moved the rest position for the eye case of the eyes and it got spicy. Copy the animation to a new rig. Same fixed rigged. But the animation has calculations around the positions of your bones. I don't know, without retargeting, I don't know if that is not exploding, eh? I think setting up the constraints in Unity is safer. Let's check how these constraints go here. Let's try adding the dump thingy. Let's see how it goes. At least for one of the arms. We don't have to set up both of them. Set one of them and see how it goes. And if it works, we do it for both. Do this one, the ones at the top, do they need the dump track too? They do. Okay, let me see. Dump transform. Same, can I copy? And I hope this does not make World very unhappy. Let me see. Look at that. I got flowers streaming over there. A cool streamer over there. Look at that. Then transform to his shoulder. Needs to happen here. It is constraining the y-axis, and the y-axis here is basically the x-axis here. So constraint settings for this boy, source, arm, copy, paste. Settings, down position, down rotation, maintain aim. What? specifies whether to maintain the initial rotation offset between the constraint object and the source. I don't know. Dump position and dump rotation. I don't know. I need an axis. I need the option of an axis and an influence. Surely this will work. Banana, I don't like. I don't like the comment. The weight of positional damping to apply to the constraint object. The weight of rotational damping. Well, the influence is to the max, so we're putting it to the max. Maintain the aim. You're asking too many questions. You're asking too many questions there, Mr. Constraint. I will just trust that you work, eh? You better be working, eh? Let's see, let's keep going down the chain. Should be the rest should be simple enough. Before the rotation constraint, we add the dump transformation here. Put it here. Yeah. Let me see. Did we make it to the wow music? Maybe. Did we? No, it is Sim City. It is the last track though. Let's see. How legal is this music? Does this game have cool music? We'll see. Let's see, maybe. The vibe is similar. It's Cities Skylines. Does Cities Skylines have decent music? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Let's see. So here, dump track, and we paste the values. Twisterino number 2. Twisterino number 2. Arm L. Okay. Okay, we're trusting the constraints to work. If they don't, they don't. What can I say? If they don't, we can remove them. Paste. Switch that. Okay. Every time I think of the eclipse, what comes to mind is Berserk. Like, the eclipse. The eclipse? Oh no! What? The music gives me gridlock PTSD. Oh no, what happened there? Why gridlock? Why? Shall we change? We can change to something different. Usually have cool suggestions. We can. Let me see. Okay, yeah, that was your vibe today, right? What is the music for spawning rats? Let's see. We need the spawning rat sound effects over there. Space Cowboys. Like Cowboy Bebop. Okay. Twisterino shoulder. Dump truck from for you. From the arm. We're trusting that. And that's it. And for the bones to shoulder L. So a little bit. Shouldn't they be higher up? Maybe they are here. Okay. No, these are for the right. Maybe I collapsed them, right? Yep. Then, okay. This twisterinos here. And look at, no, don't look at. It is dump truck. Dump transformation. And how do they go? In this case, they are the other way around. Rotation first, dump truck later. Constrain the twist. Twist boy serves illegal behavior there. Illegal illegal ads, eh? We don't want your ads here, eh? I think I'm gonna need to look for another video here in a second. Okay. Rotation constraints, the dump truck over here. The source is gonna be hand L. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna yoink. I'll push this quite a bit. Copy. Okay. And keep going. We just keep going there. Dump boy. Pisterino. And we need to constrain the twisterino 2 there. Twisterino number 2. Of course. Twisterino number 3. Same shenanigan. The dump truck is always to the max, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Twisterino 3. Well. Okay. Nice. Afterwards. And this is the last one. And if the left arm works, we copy that to the other. If it doesn't, I don't know. We'll have to investigate. Face values. Twisterino 4. Nice. So now I need to pack you again. Easiest way to do it. To the folder you go. There you go. Now you should work by default. I can try it. Rename to character. Okay, and I can press play and double check. Can even delete that, drop it there. 0, 0, 0. Press play, and if you work, I will export you. Okay, nice. What do active mode? Why are you always pointing to the last point? Sermon animation and build the mode. Save. Yippee. Rats spawning. Oh. We're doing a pretty similar dance over there. Nice. It exported. Copy. Paste in Word. Here. Bam. Place. Let's see how healthy is this girl over here. Okay, I see a cooked arm. And why is the other one working? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Let me see. What is going on here? Ah, they're both cooked. Let's see. Did this situation improve at all? It is completely cooked. It is completely cooked. What in the illegalities? What in the illegalities? Like, for example, if the first bone were to follow correctly, then let me look for another video. Let's see. Remove. I need a different one. What about you? Are you nicer? Maybe. Okay. So we can try opening and closing Wardo. But she was able to work before. And what about the Magica Cloth components? They're not there. That is sus. Let me restart Wardo. Let's see. Drop a save. Okay, and you have to fully close it, eh? No reloading scene, no nothing. when a character does not update. Fully close. Feels illegal, but here is how it goes. Let's see. Okay, relaunching Wardo. I'm gonna disable it here because it has a little flashbang and I don't want you to to get blinded there. I think it blinded me just now. Okay, loading, connecting. That was kind of fast. What happened with you, Mr. Wardo? How can you open so fast today? Let's see if she's still broken and without a Magica Cloth. That's the weirdest part. Like I can understand like the constraints not working because I have not done it very often, but Magica Cloth should be there. Okay. Starting the tracking. Okay. Let's see. What do we have here? Let me show you. Well, we have Magica Cloth. At least we got something, eh? She do be dancing there, eh? She has Magica Cloth. But she's cooked. She's cooked with the constraints. The constraints do not work. So those were updating properly. Magica Cloth was indeed frozen. Illegal behavior. So, which of the arms is constrained, if any? I don't think any of them is. Is it? Is there a way for me to move this hand higher up? Maybe not. This one I can move it pretty far up, and it follows to an extent. The problem is, if you move it down, it cannot do it. Oh my god, we're cooked. And like, if the first part of the arm was going down, you know, because following the shoulder. It is following the shoulder, it is. It is. It is. It is. But I put the constraint to try to copy, right? On the first one at least. To copy the arm. But there is no copying. There is no copying. It works in Blender though. How can it work in Blender? It's like changing the parenting. As you said. And it's like because they're chained together, right? I thought it was gonna affect the rest of them. Maybe I need to constrain the rest with parenting too. Can we do that? Is there a constraint? Straight up changes the parenting. Let's see. Look, they have the scripts there. Dumb transform. To be honest, I don't know what this is doing. Not much. Are you sure it will explode if you just... I have no idea. I don't know. But... I can save an incremental and try to fix it. But you never touch the armature usually. After animation. Okay, let's save an incremental. Those bones are just driven by the constraints. Let's see. Blender. Okay. I just saved an incremental, okay? So we can mess things up. She should be... Are you resting the pose, or is this a T-pose action, or what? Pose. Rest the pose. Let's see. These bones. Instead of the copy location here, remove that, and we can parent you to arm L. In edit, parent arm L. This one should be parented to the next, so all good. And the constraints should be the same here in pose mode, right? So we only have to change this parenting. Shouldn't they all be parented to the arm? I have no idea. I have them parented to each other, basically. These guys over here, let me see. The twist bones at the wrist. Let me, by the way, remove that Sailor Moon from there. The guys at the wrist, they are parented to the forearm. Did I hide one here? Parented to the forearm, parented to the forearm, parented to the forearm. These ones were forming a chain. Arm, I guess I can do arm too. Arm L. Arm L. think I messed up the main bone here. Arm L, this is the twist shoulder 3. No, it's fine. This one is 1. Two. Where did number 3 go? This is number 3. Where are you? Is it because of how I am parented? Does it got like disconnected? And this one to the arm too. Let's see. This is 4. Alt-H. Stuck in here. 3. What are you doing here, my friend? Because it has connected. Could be because they were forming a chain before they had the option to be connected. And when I parent to the arm, some of them got a bit cooked. Let me see. I can, yes. Okay. Disconnect from arm. I don't know why it does it like that. Individual origin. Maybe the 3D cursor was a bit cooked. There you go. now they should be fine. Arm L, arm L, same, same. Milo. Thank you for the lurk over there. Trying to fix the girl. Fixing illegalities there in Unity. The prop version works. Let's see. Did it symmetrize properly? No, it didn't. Okay. And now impose. Okay. Voltage. Impose the constraints. Dump track and copy rotation. I can try the fake IK maybe. Impose. Change to stick. Oh, spicy. Let's see, maybe the constraints. Let me hide the wings. Maybe they need to be reversed now. Let's check over here. Copy rotation and dump track. Shall I reverse now? Because of the keyframes. this not gonna be fixing it. Yep. Yeah, a little bit. You can nuke the keyframes. Okay. Keyframes for dump track. Let's see. For these bones and the symmetrical. Can't post. Yep. So it didn't work. A little bit. So got in a little bit of a twist incident in there, eh? Be careful. Okay. Deselect this one and this one. If possible. Let's see. Esto es terrenos. Okay, and your friends extend. Okay, and I need to nuke the keyframes and probably where this baked into the animation. I mean, they don't have that many keyframes there. Maybe not. Okay. I tried clearing the rotations there. Am I missing one? No. Let's try to clear this one too. let's see, Alt R, not really. Let's see if we can update them a little. Let's see if they rotate or something. So this one is copying the rotation of the arm to the max. That's why it's a perfect fit for the bone. This one is the next. Maybe I can put them in local right now before they were in world space. And we copy only on the y-axis. That's healthier. I can do local only y. Okay. I guess this works. The shoulder looks not great. maybe it's because the meshes we have both uniform overlapping there. Let's see, because with octahedral it's very hard to see what is going on there. I mean, it may be okay. So I need to change how this setup works, basically. But both seem to work. Both setups worked, I guess. I guess this one is harder to... The previous one, sorry, was harder to reproduce with constraints, or it makes less sense intuitively, maybe. Or is outright wrong, basically, to be honest. Okay, they seem to check out. She seems fine. And let's see the animation. Seems fine. Let's save and reopen the file to see if it can withstand it. So clip there a bit, but the animation, I don't know, maybe it's fine. What is this clipping? How were my influences set on the upper arm? My constraints there. For the twist bones. Let me see. What is the upper arm? Upper arm is this, right? The arm itself. Before the twist bones were parented to the shoulder. Well, no, the first twist bone was parented to the shoulder. It had a copy location for the arm, and then the rest were following a chain parented to each other and constraining the rotation. It was same but different, but same but different. Yet. The rotation influence. It is one here and the other way around, and the minimal here. One at the bottom, minimal at the top. Same percentages as usual, right? Yeah, that's correct. Okay. 66, 33, 0.1. So yeah, it kinda works. I don't know why she's clipping in some frames, but maybe she was. That one is weird. I think I moved that out of there on purpose. And the clipping shenanigans here are too strong. Maybe, I don't know. That bone should not have any influence over this little tip over there. That's illegal, actually. Let's see, do I have... Is it because I removed the solidify? Maybe. Maybe the solidify helps with that illegality there. Okay, now let me, for example, drop a save and reopen the file. Because that's when the spacing matrices get recalculated. So let's save, close and reopen. Let's see if it holds or what, or if it completely exploded. Okay. She seems to be holding. She seems to be holding. which is great. I don't exactly know why she's clipping now, but I can check 64. I can check the previous file to check if that was happening there. If it is, then I will just assume, I don't know, maybe it gets corrected when we add the outline, the solidify or something. Could be. I'm trying to enable the particles. Let's see. There you go. Seems legal. Seems oof. Oof. Yeah, I guess. And I don't know why this guy has influence here. That makes no sense. Well, she should be Sailor Moon here anyway, right? But what is going on? Is the material is transparent there for some reason? For the body suit, it is there, but it's transparent. The mother of the twist is the mother of the twist bones there. And how can that be the case? How can that be the case if this has influence 0? All keyframes. Something baked in an armature. Like here we only have the T-pose action and this in the armature action. So everything should be here. And the twist bones are using armature action here. They have no keyframes. Copying the rotation with 0 influence. This one only has unlimited rotation. The shoulder. Could it be a rotation on the main bone? And how legal is that? Let me see, yeah. And it's rotated to the back a bit. Is this an illegal maneuver? Can do it without the pole. Because of the pole. I guess the pole does not exist anymore, right? It is disabled. Or it should be. The constraint is disabled. I'm using fake IK right now to try to move them back. Japanese 3D cat exercise videos. No, but there is a clip in my channel where you can see a 3D cat doing backflips. Not on YouTube yet, but a feature clip on Twitch from last stream. I mean, the shoulder looks healthier now. I don't know, the illegalities here could be because the hand has a 360 maybe. Let's see. Kinda stays cooked. Stays cooked. Is it better to do it the other way? I don't think it's doing anything. It's maybe the rotation here. That could be the case. It also has keyframes. Has a lot of rotations inherited there. Still not using Euler there. So a bit spicy. A bit spicy. Why would this setup not work? I wonder. See, maybe I have illegal keyframes somewhere. Does not seem to be the case. Made a Sailor Moon version, I would subscribe. For the backflips. Of the backflips. Are the bones connected? Let's see. Which ones? Forearm and arm. Let's see. Forearm and arm are connected. The twist bones don't seem to be connected. Let's see. The twist bones are parented but not connected. Let's see, over here, parented but not connected. Yeah. Is that legal? Or should it be parented and connected? At least the first one. They are just parented to the arm, or the forearm in this case. Yeah, okay. Could be a spicy keyframe or some inherited or baked illegality. Remember, setting up this thing took a while. I spent a few episodes trying to set up this constraint. It was not as obvious as I thought it was gonna be. But even if it had illegalities, right? If it had weird information, if I just grab the auto IK and I straighten it up a little, should get fixed. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's see. Well, if I reset all the rotation, kinda does if you don't push it too much. Here the shoulder will come to help too, so it's not like it's gonna get locked there. Does the same happen with the real IK? I don't know, let's see. Reset that. And let's see if this still works. And now it doesn't have keyframes. Okay. Let's try to pose it the same way. Where is the arrow? Where the arrow be at? There. Sure. Don't know where it went. Where did you go? Okay. Yeah, it's a bit cooked. Canderino Rapperino. Candy wrap. Manual candy wrap, basically. Handbook candy wrap. Illegal behavior. I think I had these guys in world space before, but because we had the copy location and stuff, and otherwise didn't seem to work. So I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Banana. I don't know why it does not work when we try it like this. Like, the setup makes sense. I don't know why it breaks. I don't know if there is something that's baked somewhere. There should not be any corrective in there. The shoulder was rotated down, but I corrected that. Has not like a spin on this axis. Has nothing there. Let me see. Did I preserve it here? No, still local. Now in world spaces where we got that little rhomboid over here. That's why I changed them all. Or the little diamond shape over here. Then I changed them all to local, and it kinda works, but not really. I don't know if the mix needs to be different. The guy uses world space. What is going on with you, good sir? did this one explode out of the blue? But I think he uses world space because he uses the copy location on this one. Why did this one get so cooked? So this one works if I do it the other way. I don't know, I can do maybe arm or maybe shoulder. Well, that one doesn't make any sense. Or maybe if you do it to that part. No, that's too much. The parenting for Unity. What in the illegalities? What in the illegal? Skipping ads. All the three to the first. I had them connected like a chain, basically. One to the next, to the next, to the next. So it is parented to the shoulder without being connected, and the rest are parented to them. And what about the bottom? And the same. Okay. Then I can go back to 64 and redo it that way. Or I can do it here maybe. I don't know how do the constraints go. What? Holy guacamole. Sweet baby Jesus. Okay, I guess. And the constraints. Does he explain how to do them over there? Don't copy location. Let's see. You, my dude, should be parented to the shoulder, keeping the offset. You 1 to 3 should be parented to this boy. Don't ask me why. Or maybe simplifies the setup in Unity. So theoretically it should do it automatically for Unity. Well, because he only exports the deforming bones. I do the same. It's because he has like absolute 0 weights on the others, right? And he tries plugging them there and trust Unity. Instead maybe of the arm and the forearm, you plug the first twisty bone and the second one, right? Yeah. I think that is the idea. That is the idea. I do have a little bit of weight on the arm and the forearm. Like mostly to make the elbow hold. A little bit around the elbow on both sections. Let's see if he explains how to set it up in Unity. You don't think he does? think we followed several tutorials there, and I think I got cooked in the process. Mm. Doesn't show the Unity setup or Unreal setup. At least in this video, right? Maybe it has a later video where he does. Let's see. In the playlist, do you have? No, here is the last one. Oh no! Illegal behavior. What? Let's see. Where did I get that setup from? Was it here? Seems like the animation rigging package has twist correction in Unity. Let's see. Like some of these scripts we're using, not these guys that are gonna be more cooked, but the simple boys, right? Let's see. If I do twist chain, look, twist chain even, twist chain constraint. The road, oh, fancy. What if I disable boss? Remove component, twist chain. The root of the twisty bone shenanigans will be twist 1. The problem here is I think they are not. And the tip is twist 4. The problem is I think they are not connected to each other. I hope you can figure it out. Root target and tip target, source objects. Shouldn't be. Let's see, twist correction, twist chain constraint. How does it work? Unity. twist chain constraint, animation rigging. Allows to control where rotations on both ends. Rot and tip rotations are interpolated along the chains. The weight of the constraint set to 0. The constraint has no influence, right? The rod is there. Chain. This maybe if you have different meshes or something. Twist chain. Let me use the new, like the normal twist boy. Where did I get the suggestion? I guess here. Twist correction. Let's see. Instead of the twist chain, remove twist correction. Twist nodes. Twist axis in this case is X. The nodes, I guess, is the whole twist bone, right? Source bone and target twist nodes. Okay. This way at least we can plug them individually. Oh, flip. So this correction, where do I need to plug it then? Let me check this video. Well, yeah, this is the classic way to do it, right? But this is the classic way to do it, good sir. Let me see. Twist in general. This correction. This correction redistributes a percentage of a source rotation to one or more twist nodes. But where do you put it? The nodes are basically the twist bones, the source object, hand pivot transform. So you put it on the hand. I guess it doesn't matter where the script is. You have to add one pair. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess this is a fancier way to do it. Both should work though. Resource is the hand. Let's see. Let's see if this works. This component, I don't know if it needs to be somewhere else though, maybe in the hand. Copy component. Maybe this is fine. What about these guys? Is there a way to change parent? Multi-parent constraint, multi-position constraint, override transform. Override the constraint object, transform with a value coming from an override source. So what happens if I use the shoulder? And for the first boy, I add an override transform. But this feels kind of fancy, you know, these scripts feel a bit illegal, feel like more modern, but they are allowed for Word, so constrain object, in this case is the bone to shoulder, override source, your source is the shoulder, I guess. Ah no, I want override source, the game object that influences the constrain object's transform. The one affected, the one that affects, right? So in this case, it's gonna be arm L, or yeah, arm L. Arm L. Settings, I don't know. Pivot, local, or world. I guess it was in pivot, but I guess world. That's how the others were. And the override, and then we add the. Let me remove this voice. Same chain, right? It is basically a twist correction, and we add the 4 nodes, and they are parented to each other in this case, and it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the weights I forgot. They are the opposite, I think. This one is the smaller one. Okay. This one is 0.0. This one is 1. Okay. Twist axis X source. The well, for the other was the hand. For this one is the arm, right? Let's see. In Blender, for this one is the arm. Did I mess it up for the other? Maybe. Okay, this one is the one that was world. Or this one is from hand, the twist correction. Okay, let's see how this goes. Gonna drag her back to the folder and see how this behaves. Back there, create an original. Delete this girl. Okay. I need to change it here to character. Okay, let's press play and see how she goes. Let's do not see any weird illegalities. Okay. All right. So let's stop there. I saw, did you see that? So axis wild innovate around here. I don't know if they were the twist bones or what. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Let's try and export with this and see how she behaves with those scripts. Active mode to Sailor animation, Sailor Moon animation. Okay, build it. Save. Let's see how this script goes. Building the mode over there. I'm gonna close the window. Did I ever go to the toilet last time? I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Have I been peeing myself for an hour and a half? I think that might be the case actually. Not what you said over there, that didn't happen. But I think I maybe like, I forgot to go pee. It could be the case, maybe. The constraints, man, the constraints. I logged in. What can I say? We are doing great, by the way, over there. Hope Strajo is giving you an easier time than this girl over here. Let's see. What is the folder? Let me see over here on characters. Drop it there and replace. Let's see if she updates properly too. Because we're using different scripts in there. Is this you? Let's see. Let's see. I think this is overriding anything, I don't know if I need to relaunch it or what. But it does not seem that they change anything there, eh? TBH. This hand works, right? This hand works now with the new script. The rest of the arm, it's maybe trying. It may be trying to do something there, but there's like the first voice are frozen solid there. I tried the override script there. How do these guys work? I'm trying to think. These guys, they are following a chain, right? The others are all parented to the arm. They work kind of fun. See, I don't know if are they really spinning. Maybe they are spinning. Maybe they could be spinning. The top boys there. Should I use an override in all of them? Seems like a waste. But what can I say? What can I say? Shouldn't at least the first, I don't know, maybe the first one only controls very little. That's why we cannot think. Let's see, Unity. Unity, my beloved. Unity. You appear in my dreams, and it's not for a good reason. You chase me, you hound me in my dreams, Mr. Unity, or Mrs. Unity. Let's see. Yeah, I could see this bone, doesn't control that much, possibly. I could see that being the case. I see the twist correction boys. These guys maybe do work and are there, right? The override transform, override source, arm transform, space world. I don't know about this, but maybe. And the rotation. Maybe not the rotation, the position, or maybe yes. Or maybe yes. In Blender, how do we have the copy? We have copy location, XYZ. Only location, so only position. And then the rotation, we do it with the twist bones, I guess. Okay. So here, rotation weight 0. And we need to do this for all of them, just in case. I thought by modifying the first, because they are parented to each other, that was gonna be enough. But maybe not. But this script seems to work. I like you. Works better than the classic rotation constraints, and I'm not very sure why. but I'm very glad that is the case. Maybe because there is a script in design just for that. The shoulder, okay, let me copy this override transform. Can I copy the name component? No, you don't like me copying the component. No, you don't like it. Copy component, there you go. Sorry, I was blind maybe. I may be blind. Okay. Oh, look at these illegalities. Look at these illegalities. They were still here. I need to remove all of this. Oh, no, no. This could have been affecting our result. Remove. Okay. Okay. Did you properly update? Theoretically, the best way to find out is by, you know, the best way to make sure is by dragging and dropping. Here. Oh, I was gonna say, is that part of the music? It has a little bit of a charm, right? Sometimes a little bit of a whisper in there. But no, it was Ame. I opened a support tab for her. So she was jumping over there. Let me see. So let's try another export. See how this behaves now. I don't know if I should have put the rotation there for the arm. I am trusting the twist chain in there. Okay, let's switch active mode. Sermon animation, build it. Save. I didn't make sure. Look, all of these guys have scripts. All of those guys have scripts. Did I forget to remove all of those too? But those seem to perform pretty well. Let's see what we get there. Okay. Copy. Paste. And I should transform there. Okay, let's see. Okay, part. It doesn't follow us well now, right? Or is it the same situation as before? Can try adding an override on all of them. This part is still very good. but I'm sure, well, I'm not sure if it's gonna be behaving that well if I remove the rest of the scripts, because there seem to be scripts there still. Let's see, what do I have there? This correction there from a source from the hand, the proper voice, nice, okay, and a spot on the first twist bone, okay, but here look, we still have rotation constraints, which, to be honest, we shouldn't. If the other script works, we should not have this. Okay. And then maybe we can propagate the override. This correction is fine here on the first boy of the chain. The axis should be fine. And the source is the arm or the forearm. These ones are copying from the hand. I guess the forearm, right? I mean, I guess the arm. Let's see. And then let me copy the override transform. Copy component to shoulder 1, override source arm L space in the workspace, I guess. Can be local or can be pivot. I don't know the difference. Let's see. Maybe I need to add a little one for the rotation too, so that it follows down. Maybe I can apply that. And we can add one of these overrides to all of the boys. Let's see, override transform, paste values, and change the name of the bone. Let's see if it can figure this out or not. Let's see. Maybe there are too many constraints in there. Okay. Now let's grab here and drop it back to the folder. Original prefab. Delete the old one. Okay. And can try pressing play maybe. Just in case we have to initialize something. Okay. And export. Switch the mode. Let's see. What do we get there? While this exports, I'm gonna go to the toilet, okay? I think maybe the time. Give me 2 minutes. BRB. I'm back. Look at the sharpness there. Okay, this probably finished exporting. Let me check. Where is she? Magica Cloth here. It did. Okay, let me copy paste and see if she looks any better. Let's see, 301, paste there, replace. Let's see what we got there. We'll update there. Updating. Bam. An explosion. This hand still looks fine. The other one still looks cooked. Will resetting water help with that? Probably not. Probably not. That the parent in there seems to be spicy indeed. There seems to be spicy indeed. I thought maybe with a little bit of chickiness and a constraint I could get away with it. And there is probably a way to pull it off. I can fix the other hand for sure with the script, with the twisty bones there. It seems to be easy to pull off. But compared the other one, right? The other one is trying to kind of go down maybe. Could be what? Could be going on here. So I have to override transform. Is it following the bone like in the because it's following arm L but in the tipos, you know, it's like it is not moving at all. Or is following the shoulder. Does it follow the shoulder if I were to move the hand up a lot? It's hard to tell because the shoulder does not move much. With the other I think I can maybe move it a bit. It kind of rotates only. Let's see. First of all, let me get a little bit of music there. Cut flower, GigaChat. Did I not summon Banana GigaChat the whole day? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Illegal behavior. Illegal behavior. What in illegalities? There you go. Great minds think alike. Thank you, Mr. Malo. You were too fast. You were too fast over there. Let's flip and go. Let's see. I have never heard this this game soundtrack. Let's see. I bought it for cheap, so I hope it has a decent soundtrack. Let's see. I tried to summon the banana. Yeah, I know. I know, man. I know. You did great. You were too fast. You were too fast. Let's see. Seems legal. Okay. Unity. Is there a way to make a parented bone follow another one. Let's see. I can use a parent constraint. Okay. Is this actually legal behavior? Is this legal behavior or what? Let me see. The scripts for the bombs. Let's trash them. Override transform. Bye bye. Boy. No capsule collider. I am an enjoyer, eh? Don't you be deleting my capsule colliders, eh? Can I not grab the Bonerino here? Mr. Boom? Mr. Boom? Or here? This one. Okay. Instead of override transform, remove. This one is removed. Twist correction should work. Twist nodes 1, 2, 3, 4 in the X with these whites, but let me see. Parent constraint. Let's see. First of all, right? Okay. You're not a prefab. Sorry, you're a prefab. Let me unpack you. All right. Gimme. Parent constraint first of all. Constraint settings, the source. Freeze. Rotation axis. As the source, we need to add what we want to copy, in this case, right? The arm. Don't freeze anything, to be honest. Let's see how this goes. Enable maintain offset. I don't see maintain offset, good sir. Maybe that's a different Unity version you have over there. Let's see. Let's make you into a prefab again and see how this goes. Delete character. Nice. Let's initialize you just in case, and you should be good to go. Let's see. And build sailor animation, build a mod. She suffered a little bit of a situation there. What? The other arm kind of follows there, right? I don't know why. The other arm, if you don't look it too much, looks like it follows. The trick is not looking it too much, but because it doesn't do it properly. I think it has the copy rotations I put in the beginning, maybe. That may be helping a bit, but the parenting though. Let's see. Cannot switch. Okay. Let's see if we can finish her today. I mean, at least the constraints, right? Okay, it exported. Let me see. Where are you? Paste. Replace. Now she will update. Not very legal. Not very legal. I need to reset word though. I wonder. Sometimes it happens. It happened for Magica Cloth, but for the constraints doesn't fully seem to be the case. This part looks so decent in comparison. I can do that for this guy over here, for the other twisty boys. Let's see if that works decently enough. Let's see. Not yet. Not yet. But kinda. Let's see. Let's switch the twisterinos for the right. Okay, delete these constraints. Remove. At least we discovered an easy setup for these guys. Twisterinos. You use the twist constraint, twist correction. Then we put the nodes here. Are you sure the constraint work with the tracking? The constraints should always work because we have Gaborone. Gaborone has a ton of constraints. You cannot interfere with the main bones of the bodies. The main, you can never constrain the main bones. Anything else can be constrained. And in this case, we're constraining the twist bones. That even though they have weight on them, they are okay. They move the mesh, but they follow the main bones. So we should be okay. That's why I wanted to leave the original bones in there. You can have them with 0 weight too. But let's see, twisterino 1, 2 and 3. And is it this 1.66, 0.33, 0.1. Okay, twist on the X, source hand. Okay, this should be cool. So now the other hand should behave properly. Let's pay attention to the shoulder again. Shoulder left. Should the source be different? Here they are twisting because the source is the hand. Should I make the source? I guess it's the arm. In Blender too, it's the arm. Constraint settings, maybe I messed up here. Offset 0, the freeze though, I don't think we need to freeze anything. Yeah, 0 offset. I don't know, maybe I need to add these to more bones. The others have The others have they are parented to this boy, so they should move, but who knows. Let's try to brute force it. Okay, let's see how it goes. Let's drop it back, just in case. I was hitting apply to prefab character, but this way, you know for sure. Just in case, let's. I think it exports the folder, but. Okay, save. Now, whatever happens, the other arm should be fixed at the hand forearm level. If it is not, something is off. It should be though. Okay, it finished. Copy. Paste it here. She will update now. Replace and update. Okay, she updated there. Okay. Okay, these arms seems to be fixed. It's a bit glitchy, but my tracking is a bit glitchy. Okay, both arms are fixed at the hand forearm level. Is any of them? I don't think so. Like the parenting constraint didn't seem to do anything there. How's it called? This add-on animation rigging or something. Animation rigging. Okay. Multi-aim or multi-parent constraint. Let me see. Illegal arm deformation. Indeed, Mr. Marco. Big illegal arm deformation. We're trying to fix that. She's very cooked over there. I'm trying to look for a constraint that can help her. As you can see, the arms and the lower part of the hands and the lower part of the arms work great right now. But need to fix one that works for this boy, because I messed up a little bit with the parent in there, and we may be able to fix it, but let him cook. I'm trying to find it. Let me see. Maybe, maybe the animation rigging components and the normal rotations, for some reason they cannot be mixed. I think I looked it up specifically, right? And I said they could be mixed, but I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? You can use a multi-parent constraint. Let's see. Can we use a multi-parent constraint, and how? Multi-parent constraint. Maybe it changes the parent but doesn't update the rotation. had options for rotations in there, right? And options to freeze axis too. Let's try the multi-parent constraint there. Let's see if it's compatible or something with this voice. Remove it and apply it. Remove it and apply it. Okay, the first one, I can remove this boy. Multi-parent, the constraint object is the bone itself. Over there they said it needed to go on, well, it could go like on an empty. But maybe it can go here too, I'm not sure. Constraint object, the source is the arm. Arm left. Mind and offset. None, to be honest. Constraint position and rotation. Again. This one should be on the lower side, to be honest. But it needs to rotate with it, I guess. Okay, and I need to unpack to move it before the twist correction. Prefab, unpack. Okay. That should be it. Let's see how it goes. I think I tried this before without the twist correction though, but pretty much. Okay, so let's give it another try. What? The multi-parent constraint does it maybe needs to go outside the armature, right? if the bone itself is part of the animated skeleton. Here they also tell you that you need a rig builder on the character's root, but I'm not sure if this is if you didn't set it up or your rig is enabled and select to the rig builder. Let's see. Maybe that's the problem. Okay. It's cooked right. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna. Put in the constraint. Let's see. The avatar is not enough for Unity's animation rigging package. The avatar handles Unity's humanoid animation system, while animation rigging constraints require a rig builder to actually validate the rig. Okay. And yes, I would not put the constraint component directly on the constraint skeleton bone. Character animation rig builder. So I should put the rig builder on the root. It told me rig builder on the character's root. I guess here they call this the root. Yeah, the animator is here, so rig builder here. Let's see the legality of this component. Rig builder. Rig builder, okay. Rig layers. What do you mean here? The armature, the rig, the multiparent constraint. Okay. Okay, so I also need to create a rig. this rig is what you need to plug here. Rig component is not referenced or not active. Yeah, this one goes here. There you go. Character rig, and this rig has the multi-parent constraint there. A component. How can I add the multi-parent constraint to the rig? Rig builder to the character root, create a rig, put the multi-parent constraint under that rig, and clear the other boy. Okay, didn't appear here, so the multi-parent constraint needs to be here. But it needs to be inside the rig. Let me unpack here. Put a multi-parent constraint inside the rig. Is it possible? Not sure. I don't know how this one works though. armature, rig. So the rig should be parallel to this. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. But before it was broken over here, right? I think before the maybe it wasn't, but I think the lower part was broken too. Dimension rigging character. I think it needs to be as an object here. Lower part has different parenting though. Yeah. And the lower part is less spicy. We don't have to correct anything there. Don't know, maybe the rig needs to be an object here. And you can add the constraint to an empty or something. Don't know if it needs any more references. Or with only that, it is okay. Character. Okay. Parallel to the armature. Needs to be a rig. So create an empty. It's gonna be the rig. And this rig is a rig component. That is referenced in the character here. In this rig builder. Okay. And I guess inside constraint, we add the, let's see, I still have the values. Okay, seems to be the case. Okay, what happens if I build this thing? Let me try to look an animation rigging workflow. The rig builder. When added to the root game object, this component allows the animated hierarchy to be modified by one or more rigs, which it assembles into layers. When added to game objects in an animatable hierarchy, rigs acts as containers for source objects and constraints that modify the animated hierarchy's pose. We may be able to use this to fix the wings and stuff. I've never used this thing. Let's see. Thing is, I don't know if you need to literally put the whole rig back in there with different parameters or what. Let me paste it here and see, replace. See what we did there. Did it update? At least you can move. I was expecting it to break like crazy. Should have modified like everything. Okay, there is a video too. Okay, the rig setup. And the rig builder. Okay. Needs to be in the literal root. Sometimes when they say root, the character has the animator. Okay, and then no, the rig builder too. Animator in the character. Animator, rig builder, bone render. Well, I use the bone render. Okay. And then inside the boy, parallel to the armature, there is a rig setup that is basically, well, like this boy here. This contains the rig, indeed, and that's it. And inside the rig, it creates several constraints. It adds an empty and then it adds the constraint. But maybe that's only for organization. But because we don't know, animator component, rig component, and the constraint components. for like joining two rigs together. Like this allows you to modify your own rig too, theoretically. The shoulder, parented to arm L. I don't know, as far as I know, this should have worked. But I don't know if I should modify the rest too. I don't know. I understand that if I modify the first and the rest are parented, they should move accordingly. But who knows? There is a video too. Oh, did I? Let me collapse this. Rig builder enabled. This rig is enabled too. Okay. Don't know if you need to put here, create another empty, and name it as the bone. I am not sure if that needs to be done. Let me copy this. I don't think it is needed. This one should go inside. Okay. Sorry, what? Then he selected this. Or these two. And he said, animation rigging align transform. And there is also rig set up there. Okay. Well, I guess maybe because he had something, because he's trying to add IKs or something. Okay, maybe I don't need that. Okay. Can we see it here in play? If we were to rotate the arm, right? Let's see. Should be the arm. Yeah, maybe don't constrain anything. Like, why would you be in that pose there? Scene. I've had that happen before. That is weird. Like there is something going on there with the animator. So weird. Okay, the avatar is there. Maybe this is cooked. Restore bind pose. What is this? And I guess this does it for you. The rig setup. Restore bind pose. Yeah, I guess it adds the rig. Where did it create this? I created an extra. It's an extra animator. Rig builder depends on the animator. I can delete you. Okay. Peculiar. Well, I need to pack this again, I guess. She got cooked. I don't know if that rig. What would happen if I were to move the arm? Is it at least properly constrained? Like it cannot even be moved. What? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if it was when I did like the align transform stuff or what. Oh, she got cooked forever. Rig breaker for real, for real. Ah no, here. Let's see. Okay, rig breaker, no. No rig breaker. She survives. Okay. She's fine. I need to check a tutorial for this thingy. Maybe helpful, maybe not. It seems more convoluted than it should. The constraint put in there straight up seem to have fixed this illegality. I need to compare against the other day, but she seems to work. The upper part though. Worst case scenario, reparent in Blender. Without modifying the constraints or anything. Maybe. But I don't know how it broke so much in Blender 2. Don't fully understand it. But I am past work is time. So I will call it because I need to edit and have dinner and stuff. So we'll keep investigating. Let's see. Let's see if before Minecraft tomorrow I can check a few tutorials or something. Or before stream another day. Hope you had a fantastic working session over there, Mr. Banana. Hope you got to progress a lot with Miss Raja over there. Let's flipping go. We got a release date from and 2 trailers, I think, for Made in Abyss. ReZero is coming back. Let's flipping go. It is a good time to be an anime enjoyer. Let's go. Yeah, let's flipping go. Let me see who's streaming over there. Will you join? Yeah, tomorrow is the eclipse. Oh no, spooky. If I see a Behelis or something over there, I will tell you, run guys, run. Let's see, let's hope it only turns dark and that is about it, eh? We don't want an eclipse type event happening, eh? That is very illegal. Mr. Marco, have a good night Eve over there. Flipping go. Thank you for your support there. Thank you for being there for so long. Any recommendations? Is Maru streaming? Maru's not streaming. It's very early for Maru. Shall I rate Ame? Playing Overwatch. Or shall we look for somebody new? Who streams art? I don't know. Don't know if I have the brain to be able to stay for very long though. Let me see. I don't know. I guess brain fried. Let's write them legal enough. Legal enough. It's been a while since I don't rate her, so all good. Let's see. Start the rate over there. I'm gonna edit this bot. Easy peasy. Easy render over there. Mention something. Go to IP. Because tomorrow it is the Eclipse type event. Oh my god. Let's see. Don't look at it directly, guys? I don't have the glasses to be able to see it, so I will look at the floor, I guess. Or the projections the leaves of the trees make on the floor. They say that's legal enough. Or I can do a camera oscura or something. I can do a little shenanigan. I will have to look for a tutorial or something. Okay, let me see. What is my reading thingy over there? Okay. See you around, guys. See you tomorrow with Stoneblock with Mr. Leeds.